Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Topping your Fox 45 Early Edition newscast, we are on weather alert for the threat of severe storms moving into the region later today. Taking you live right now to the Inner Harbor, Columbia, and Towson as we are tracking the forecast developments with our Weather Authority team of meteorologists all day long. This comes on top of an intense heat wave Baltimore has felt for the last 4 days, and we have certainly felt that, haven't we? Thanks so much for being here on this Thursday, September 7th. I'm Shannon Lilly. Let's start with meteorologist Justin Chambers and a look at your forecast. So, Justin, we've been dealing with the heat. Now comes the storms. Yeah,
exactly right, Shannon. We talked about this yesterday. It hit 100 degrees officially for the first time since 2020, and we had all of that heat and humidity. And that's going to carry over into today as a cold front moves through. Later this afternoon is going to be a best chance to see some of those strong storms, but we still will have heat and humidity before all of that happens. And we're still talking about temperatures in the mid to upper 90s. Timing for those storms after about 4 o'clock this afternoon. That's when things start to get going as that cold front moves in. Right now, our temperatures are in the mild side, low to mid 70s for Cockeysville and Towson to Baltimore City at 77, 76 your temp in Brooklyn Park right now. So morning drive, we're going to keep those numbers in the 70s and no issues on your drive to work. It's really going to be later this afternoon. That'll have a better chance for you encountering some storms by chance. And we'll be taking a closer look at that, let you know exactly what we can expect coming up in a few minutes from right now.
This morning, the race for Baltimore City mayor is starting to heat up. Earlier this week at a West Baltimore community meeting, Bob Wallace announced he's exploring another run for mayor. The South Baltimore businessman ran as an independent 3 years ago, earning 20% of the vote. But this time, Wallace says he'll be running as a Democrat. Wendy Bozell announced yesterday on a talk radio show she too has become a Democrat and is running for mayor. Later in the day, Mayor Brandon Scott made his case for why he should be reelected.
Message to residents is that, one, I have done this job with the utmost integrity, never been able to have anybody talk about my work ethic or my integrity. But I ran on making sure that we were going to reduce violent crime in Baltimore. Homicides are down 20%. Shootings are down 10%. That is not the case for many major cities.
Now, right now, it is unclear if former Baltimore Mayor Sheila Dixon will run for mayor. She did hint at her intentions during an interview a couple of months ago. In the 2020 primary, Dixon lost to Mayor Scott by a little more than 2,000 votes. So we want you to join the conversation. For city residents, if the election were held today, who would you vote for mayor of Baltimore? Mayor Scott, Sheila Dixon, Bob Wallace, or someone else? So far, 63% of people who voted say someone else. You can weigh in at foxbaltimore.com/vote. And tune in to Fox 45 Morning News at 7:15 this morning. Sheila Dixon will join us live to discuss her future and the changes she wants to see in Baltimore. This morning in Southeast Baltimore, an investigation is underway into why heavy black smoke consumed a row of homes yesterday. Fire officials say the blaze started around 4 p.m. on Bank Street near Patterson Park. As many as 6 homes were damaged, leaving residents stunned by what they saw.
I was asleep. I woke up to someone pounding on the door. I thought it was a package. So I ran downstairs and all my neighbors were like wide-eyed, staring at the door like the house is on fire.
I mean, the entire place was engulfed with black smoke. Like, the whole park looked like nothing I've ever seen before, and I come to this park all the time.
Wow. One woman says her neighbors heard an explosion around the time the fire started. The cause is still under investigation. Elsewhere in the city, the Baltimore Sun reports the Maryland Public Information Act Compliance Board is ordering the Baltimore City Board of Ethics to release the list of donors to the Mosby Legal Defense Fund. The defense fund was created on behalf of City Council President Nick Mosby and his wife, then City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby, back in 2021. Last year, the Ethics Board demanded Nick Mosby shut down the fund, return any moment or any money raised from it, and hand over the list of donors. In March, the BOE released the list of donations but redacted donors' names. The Sun also reports the city plans to appeal the ruling. Now to the announcement Mayor Brandon Scott made at the recent Board of Estimates meeting. DPW workers will receive pay increases. The city is taking steps toward increasing internet access. The city has a goal of closing its digital divide by 2030. And finally, city leaders are allocating $30 million to address homelessness.
Ultimately, this will be a significant step forward in assisting individuals and families who are experiencing homelessness, formerly homeless, or who otherwise may struggle to maintain stable housing.
Now, the city is awarding developers with up to $250,000 for affordable housing projects. This initiative will be largely funded by federal tax dollars. Auto workers may be joining the long list of people currently on strike. After the break, the demands and negotiations underway. And this morning, we are in weather alert mode as severe storms are expected to move through the region. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking if it will impact your evening commute. But first, a live look over the roads with the Lens Solar Traffic Network, and looks like everything's clear so far. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local all morning.
Welcome back, everybody. Temperatures are still mild here this morning statewide. A lot of us in the mid to upper 70s still dealing with that heat and humidity, and that's what we're going to see today. But the weather alert is for the potential for some showers and storms, especially as we head later into the afternoon and evening. Out for a run or a jog, still going to be mild here this morning, or even warm with temperatures hanging in the 70s. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in a few minutes from right now.
All right, thanks, Justin. Topping your consumer news, the head of the United Auto Workers warns the union plans to go on strike as soon as next week. This if new labor contracts aren't in place with Detroit automakers by the time their current contracts expire. Negotiations have been underway with three major automakers, including General Motors, Ford, and Stellantis. The union is demanding higher pay, restored pensions, and a 32-hour work week. Union President Shawn Fain says the average price of a new car has soared, but not because of worker pay. He says the two sides are still far apart.
Expected all three to have an agreement that September 14th is a deadline, not a reference point, and You know, unfortunately, when we told them, you know, we don't want to see you wait until the last minute. If you're going to do the same thing you've done always and drag things out till the end and expect to get a deal, you're going to have problems. And here we are 8 days away, and we got a long way to go.
On Labor Day, President Biden said he doesn't expect a strike to happen. The current contracts expire in 1 week on September 14th. Elsewhere, the firm seeking to merge with former President Trump's media company will get another extension to complete its troubled deal. That's according to an SEC document posted yesterday. It said Digital World Acquisition Corporation shareholders voted to grant the firm another year to pull off its merger with Trump Media and Technology Group, which owns Truth Social. Nearly 2 years ago, Trump's media group agreed to combine with DWAC to bring the company public. The proposed merger has raised eyebrows from legal experts and drawn scrutiny from regulators and prosecutors. The extension is a major win for Trump's platform. Some lawmakers are proposing a new bill on Capitol Hill. Coming up, how it plans to prevent government shutdowns from happening in the future.
Not quite the trend we were expecting from the Barbie movie. What is Brotox? I'm Liz Bonus. We share it just ahead.
But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, a reality check on the state of the economy. A leading economist joins us to talk about the spike in the deficit and your kitchen table budget. That's this morning on the National Desk. America's News now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. Right now it's 4:41 and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Now to a health watch. The Barbie movie frenzy continues into doctors' offices. Medical reporter Liz Bonus shares the latest beauty trend that may be linked to Ken.
Hey there, everybody. It wasn't likely the trend expected, but the Barbie movie may have given a bit more hype to a trend that has been on the rise for the past few years. According to a report from the American Society of Plastic Surgeons, more guys are getting Botox. Now, Botox, or Brotox as they call it, from the Society of Plastic Surgeons says that they've been tracking the amount of money spent by men on Botox since 2020. Their numbers show what facial plastic surgeon Dr. John Mendelsohn told me about it.
Yeah, we've always been seeing an increase in men. About 85% of the patients that we see are women. I think it's become more popular over the past 20 years since it's been FDA approved, and we see more and more men coming in here. Some days it looks like we have a male clinic going on.
Dr. Mendelsohn says he's not sure if the Barbie movie really is behind this trend, but here's the numbers, which tell us there has been steady growth. Turns out the money that we spend on Botox treatments has gone up 400% since 2000, at least in guys. The recent numbers available show that on average, more than 265,000 men had Botox just in 1 year. That year was 2020. And TikTok videos tagged with Brotox have garnered nearly 18 million views.
I think it might be causing some women to say to their guy, hey, why don't you think about this? So I think it's expanding, which is happening societally as well as stimulated by the movie.
Other beauty trends reported since the movie kicked off include pink pamper parties that often offer Botox for both men and women. They also serve pink cocktails and, if you want them, blonde extensions. My medical reporter Liz Bonus, back to you.
All right, Liz, thank you. We are weather alert this morning as we track severe storms moving into our region later on today. We're taking you live right now to the roads as well as the Inner Harbor and Towson as we track the forecast with our Weather Authority HD radar. From the morning to the night, Fox 45 will have complete coverage on the storms as they hit. So meteorologist Justin Chambers is here. We had all the heat, and now it's going to get a little bit cooler, right?
Well, no, it's still going to be hot and humid. Okay. I got to stress that today. We're still going to be in the upper 90s. We're still going to have a bunch of humidity. We're still going to have heat index values well into the triple digits before the storms arrive. Now, we're not going to be breaking a record today because that record is 101, but it's still going to be very hot and humid before these storms roll in. Some of those storms will be strong to severe at times. That timing after about 4 o'clock this afternoon is when things start to get going. So that's why we are now in this weather alert for the storms, especially for this afternoon. Here's a look at our downtown Baltimore camera. Still a lot of that heat kind of hanging around from yesterday. We're in the upper 70s. That's it right now. And notice that wind not doing much. That humidity at 82% with dew point temperatures in the lower 70s. We're going to keep those lower 70s for dew points basically all the way through the weekend. So we definitely have a lot of moisture to work with here over the next couple of days. And that's when things are going to get a little bit more active. HD radar is all quiet right now. Picking up a couple of lightning strikes just to the north and to the east. I actually saw these kind of flash on my way in this morning. It's way out toward Morgantown, but also just to the areas right along the Maryland and PA line, just north of Hagerstown as well. This is the next weather maker. It's this cold front that I talked about yesterday, which eventually will change up our weather pattern and bring us some cooler temperatures. But before all that, we're going to get hot and humid again, and then that storm system moves in. This is a look at the Storm Prediction Center outlook. Notice the area in yellow here, which includes us. That's the slight risk for severe weather. Takes you all the way up through central PA and into New York as well. And as we zoom in a little bit closer, you can see that slight risk for most of the area. That's the yellow, and that includes all of Baltimore City and County, all of Harford and Cecil counties, Carroll and Howard County, and about half of Anne Arundel County, especially the northern half. And then you can see that marginal risk is the green for the southern half of Anne Arundel and out toward parts of the eastern shore. But either way, some of these storms expected to fire, mainly with damaging wind gusts. That'll be the biggest threat. This is noon on our hourly future scan, and notice we're just going to be hot and humid, so you will see the conditions continue to get more favorable for some of those storms to develop this afternoon. After about 4 or 5 p.m., that's when some of those storms develop right there around Frederick, moving into parts of Carroll County into that 5 and 6 o'clock hour. Now, this model doesn't even bring it into the 95 corridor, just kind of clips the areas of northern Baltimore County by about 7 p.m., and then those storms quickly move out of here. But either way, the damaging wind gusts will be the biggest thing we'll have to deal with, and some heavy downpours as well. High temperatures, again, in the mid to upper 90s. This is what we're talking about for our highs today. It'll be about the 5th day in a row where we've seen those upper 90s. 95 in Philly, 97 in Baltimore and D.C., even 83 if you're heading down the ocean for Ocean City. So here's that cold front coming in. This is the larger picture here in our future scan. More of those showers and storms this afternoon into the evening time. And then as we head toward Friday, we'll see the potential for another round of showers and storms, especially when we get into Friday afternoon. This front kind of hanging around here. And then this is going to take us into about Friday night. That's when we'll have more of those storms developing and more of that rain. And then we stay unsettled into the weekend. So we carry at least the chance for showers on Saturday and even into Sunday for the Ravens home opener. So here's that 7-day forecast. Weather alert day today, 97, 93 tomorrow. Finally back to the mid to upper 80s as we get into the weekend. And as heading toward next week, those numbers will stay in the 80s as well.
All right, thank you, Justin. Now to the Len Stoller traffic network. There is a crash on 695 near Wilkins Avenue, another on 295 at Waterview Avenue, and an accident on 95 South at Vietnam Veterans Memorial Highway. Now, the only impacts are on 95. A traffic lane and shoulder is closed, so keep that in mind this morning. Here's Austin Todd now with the MTA. Good morning, Austin.
Good morning, Shannon. So far, so good out there. We're not seeing any major delays on the light rail system right now. Everything is moving along just fine from Hunt Valley all the way down through BWI. Metro Subway is also on time. No major delays there. We have one delay on the MARC train system. That's Penn Train 505. It's near Edgewood Station right now, making its way towards Washington. That train 505 is delayed about 10 minutes. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Austin Todd.
Thanks, Austin. Two separate manhunts are underway right now around Maryland. Still to come, the most recent one breaking out in D.C. Plus, major developments in the Hunter Biden investigation. What's to come as a possible indictment could be on the way. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local all morning. Making headlines this morning in Washington, D.C., the search is on for a homicide suspect who escaped police custody yesterday afternoon. Multiple agencies, including the Secret Service, are looking for 30-year-old Christopher Haynes. Take a look at your screen here. This is him. He escaped from the George Washington University Hospital and was last seen on a home surveillance camera. He was wearing a black T-shirt, gray shorts, and white socks. D.C. police say Haynes is considered armed and dangerous. Meanwhile, in Pennsylvania, day 7 of the manhunt for escaped inmate Danilo Cavalcanti begins. This morning, we have new video from state police released showing how the man started his escape from the Philadelphia area prison. Cavalcanti managed to stretch himself between two walls, scaling it using his hands and legs. Look at that. This is known as crab walking. He then overcame 2 instances of razor wire and climbing a fence. The prisoner was last seen on a trail camera Monday night at a nearby botanical garden. Officials have expanded the perimeter of the area they are searching, and 2 school districts have canceled classes out of safety concerns. Well, from Pennsylvania now to Georgia, where the judge overseeing former President Donald Trump's election interference case denies requests by 2 of the 19 defendants to be tried separately. Lawyers Kenneth Chesbrough and Sidney Powell have both filed for speedy trial demands. Now the 2 will be tried together on October 23rd in compliance with their demands for a speedy trial.
I'm not finding the severance from Mr. Chesbrough or Powell is necessary to achieve a fair determination of the guilt or innocence for either defendant in this case.
Now, attorneys for both Chesbrough and Powell argue their clients do not know each other and are not accused of the same acts in the indictment. Several other defendants have asked to be tried separately or in small groups. Trump has asked to be tried apart from anyone who files for a speedy trial demand. Now to major developments in the Hunter Biden investigation. Federal prosecutors plan to ask a grand jury to indict the former president's son by the end of this month. Chief political correspondent Scott Thuman has the latest.
President Biden's son Hunter, whose foreign business deals and behavior had been under scrutiny for years, now apparently facing a new indictment by the end of September. In a status report filed in federal court Wednesday, special prosecutor David Weiss said he would seek an indictment related to a federal gun charge. It could be 2 felony counts based on buying a gun in 2018, while Biden said he was regularly using crack cocaine. Biden's defense team had thought a plea agreement would put all of this behind him, including misdemeanor tax charges, but that deal fell apart during a July court appearance. Congressional Republicans are also digging into Hunter Biden's business deals as they suggest his father, then vice president at the time, could be caught up in potential crimes as well. In Washington, I'm Scott Thuman.
Now taking you live to Capitol Hill as Virginia Senator Tim Kaine is one of 2 lawmakers introducing a bill aimed at preventing government shutdowns. Kaine's proposal would add an automatic continuing resolution anytime the government is on the verge of shutdown, making sure no other laws can be passed until an agreement is reached. This comes as the U.S. is at risk of a government shutdown due to the debt ceiling debate. Kaine says some members of Congress use the threat of a shutdown as a negotiation tactic, saying that's not fair to government employees. Turning now to Mexico as their Supreme Court decriminalizes abortion nationwide, effectively making it legal. The decision comes amid a trend in Latin America of loosening abortion restrictions, even as access in parts of the U.S. has become limited. Yesterday, the High Court ordered that abortion be removed from the federal penal code. The ruling also requires all federal health institutions to offer abortions to anyone who requests it. However, 20 states in Mexico still criminalize abortion. Judges in those states will have to abide by the court's decision, but further legal work is still needed to remove all penalties.
It's been just over 2 months since the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting. Coming up next, details on the meeting happening today for residents to hold city leaders accountable.
The race for Baltimore mayor is heating up. Coming up, the candidates who've announced their intentions so far.
And we are weather alert, tracking the potential for showers and thunderstorms this afternoon that could be strong to severe and still hot and humid today as well. We'll break it all down for you.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
This morning, we are weather alert again, this time for the threat of severe storms moving into the region later today. Taking you live to the Inner Harbor, we've got a shot of Washington, D.C., Towson. We're tracking the forecast developments with our Weather Authority team of meteorologists all day long. Now, this comes on top of an intense heat wave that Baltimore has felt for the last 4 days. Good morning on this Thursday, September 7th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Tom Rogers is off this morning. We want to turn right to meteorologist Justin Chambers and see what we have in store when those storms move in.
Yeah, and the whole thing, too, is I want to make sure that everyone recognizes and realizes we are still going to be hot and humid today with temperatures close to 100 degrees before some of those storms move in. So we're not weather alert for that. We're now shifting for weather alert into the storm mode as some of those storms start cranking up this afternoon. Overall, over downtown Baltimore, not too bad right now. It is still warm. A hot and humid day ahead with those strong storms possible after about 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon. That's when things start to get going. Damaging wind gusts will be the main issue from some of those storms. But again, we haven't had rain in a while, so we'll take anything we can get. And you can see these temperatures right now in the low to mid, even some upper 70s, so haven't cooled off much here this morning. That's going to be the case here as you head out to work or school. Mid to upper 70s on your morning drive. Probably need the AC on as you're heading out to work. We're back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. We do want to take a look at our Len Stoller traffic network. We are following a few crashes happening around the region. The first one is on 695. This is right near Wilkins Avenue. Then we're watching another one on 295 at Waterview Avenue, another crash on 95 South at Vietnam Veterans Memorial Highway. The only impacts are on 95. A traffic lane and shoulder are closed. Just a few things to keep in mind as you're heading out this morning.
The 2024 race for mayor is beginning to take shape here in Baltimore.
Yesterday, Fox 45 News took voters' concerns directly to Mayor Brandon Scott. We asked why people should trust him to get crime under control.
Shannon Lilly joins us in studio with his comments as challengers begin applying the pressure. Shannon?
Yeah, this morning we expect to learn more on that, Patrice, as longtime Democrat and former Mayor Sheila Dixon will join us live in our 7 o'clock hour to discuss her future. Now, it's still unclear whether she'll enter the race, but she hinted at her intentions during an interview 2 months ago. Take a listen.
I know I can make a tremendous difference in the city.
Spoke with political analyst John Deedy about this, who says Dixon still has a strong support base of voters. He also believes the crime war could make or break this race. Dixon's term saw historic drops in the city's homicide rate. But in the 2020 primary, Dixon lost to Mayor Brandon Scott by a little more than 2,000 votes. Mayor Scott is now seeking re-election, and yesterday he was making his case.
I ran on making sure that we were going to reduce violent crime in Baltimore. Homicides are down 20%. Shootings are down 10%. That is not the case for many major cities.
Now, this also comes as 2 more candidates could be stepping in this race. At a community meeting in West Baltimore Tuesday night, Bob Wallace told the crowd he's exploring another run for mayor. You'll remember he formerly ran as an independent. This time he's running as a Democrat. And on talk radio, Baltimore teacher Wendy Bozell announced she, too, has become a Democrat and is running for mayor.
I'm a Baltimore City teacher, and I'm running for mayor, because I know exactly what needs to be done to help the city, and we first have to start with education.
And I think running as an independent, I think there were situations where people could not hear my message, and I felt that it was important to remove all the barriers so that the voters of Baltimore could hear my ideas and could hear the vision that I have for the city.
So, of course, we'll continue to follow this race closely as it continues to heat up. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Patrice.
Shannon, thank you. While homicides and non-fatal shootings are down this year, the reductions are not what the mayor originally promised.
During his campaign, the mayor vowed to reduce homicides by 15% each year of his term, getting the city below 300 homicides in his first year as mayor. But he fell short of that promise. Plus, juvenile crime is skyrocketing and auto thefts are up more than 200% compared to this time last year.
There is also criticism for the state of City Hall. Almost a dozen key agencies are without permanent leaders. The acting police commissioner will have his confirmation hearing on September 21st, more than 3 months after he was nominated. The confirmation hearing for the acting fire chief will be held on that same day. That department has been without a permanent leader for almost a year. The Department of Health, Public Works, and Monzi are also without permanent leaders.
Mayor Scott has faced a number of controversies during his time in office. The mayor and the Board of Estimates that the mayor appoints approved a controversial BGE conduit deal earlier this year. It gives broad control of the city's underground infrastructure to the company. The city's comptroller and council president sat out of the meeting in protest, trying to stop the vote. Critics said that the deal was rushed and questioned the legality of it.
Late last year, the mayor raised eyebrows when he accepted a $5,000 campaign donation from longtime city contractor J.P. Grant. Days after accepting the contribution, the city's Board of Estimates approved a $12 million contract with a company connected to Grant. And throughout his time in office, Fox 45 News has often had a hard time getting answers from him. He shuts down the reporters or walks away.
But why make it?
Next.
Mayor Scott, how do you plan to delineate, I guess, the squeegee kids?
I'm going to delineate by telling you when we put out the strategy, as we just talked about before. You're not going to get a different answer. We have a process. We're sticking to it. Watch your back. Don't walk into the truck.
If you have a process, why was it leaked to WBAL?
See you later. Next question. Anybody else?
I have one more.
Thank you, everybody.
We want you to join the conversation. For city residents, if the election were held today, who would you vote for mayor of Baltimore? Mayor Scott, Sheila Dixon, Bob Wallace, or someone else? So far, looking at these results, it looks like the majority of 63% says someone else. You can weigh in at foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Tune in to Fox 45 Morning News at 7:15 today. Sheila Dixon will join us live to discuss her future and the changes she wants to see in Baltimore.
Happening today, Mayor Brandon Scott plans to hear from you about the Brooklyn Day mass shooting.
This comes just over 2 months after the deadly shooting killed 2 people and injured 28 others. Last week, the city released an after-action report of how it handled the shooting.
We have Olivia Dance joining us live now outside police headquarters with the details of tonight's meeting. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Patrice, the meeting's happening tonight at 6 at Baybrook Elementary Middle School. And as you mentioned, this comes after that 173-page after-action report was released. In the report, the Baltimore Police Department admitting they made mistakes.
Let me tell you what happens when you don't protect and serve. My daughter ends up in an urn in my living room. Do you understand me? You showed up to work that day, but you did not work. You failed.
That was Crystal Gonzalez. Her daughter, 18-year-old Aaliyah Gonzalez, one of the 2 people shot and killed during the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting. She's calling for a deeper review after the city released its after-action report. The report found the city failed to properly prepare and protect the hundreds of people attending the Brooklyn Homes block party that night. So far, police have made 4 arrests, including a 14-year-old suspect arrested at school. But none of the suspects arrested so far are directly charged with the 2 murders. Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley vowing an arrest will come, saying their detectives are working around the clock. And Mayor Scott says that tonight's community meeting is an opportunity for Brooklyn Homes residents and neighbors to engage with city leaders. He says it's the next step towards accountability and healing following the mass shooting. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. Another violent start to the school year in Baltimore. In our next half hour, parents voice their confusion, frustration, and fear after a loaded gun is found inside of an elementary middle school.
Our temperatures are mild, even warm this morning. We have another day of heat and humidity, and then we're going to throw in some storms for the afternoon as well. We'll talk about it on your weather alert day coming up. Welcome back, everybody. 5:11 is your time. We've got another hot and humid day ahead for us with temperatures that for the 5th day in a row will be close to 100 degrees. And then in the afternoon and evening, we'll have that potential for some strong to severe thunderstorms. So that is why we are in weather alert mode. Everything nice and quiet right now as you head out from our Towson region. Low to mid 70s here, Cockeysville and Towson. We're at 76 in Baltimore City, 78 Woodlawn, 76 your temp as well in Brooklyn Park. So out for a run or a jog. Still going to be on the warm side here this morning with numbers staying in the 70s. Back with your full forecast. We'll track the storms and talk about what we can expect for this upcoming weekend with how much rain we potentially could see.
All right, Justin, thank you. A Prince George's County officer is caught on camera doing something he probably shouldn't be while on duty. Coming up, what we're now learning about his past that is raising more concerns.
A Baltimore City woman is claiming prostitution is bringing more crime to her neighborhood. Why she's frustrated with police and how she is fighting for change. 5:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Developing this morning, once tropical storm Lee has now been upgraded to a hurricane as it moves over the Atlantic. It's bringing sustained winds of 80 miles per hour. Projections show the storm will likely pass just northeast of the British Virgin Islands. The National Hurricane Center warns that Lee will likely intensify into an extremely dangerous major hurricane by early Saturday. Forecasters say swells from the storm could cause life-threatening surf and rip current conditions in portions of the Lesser Antilles, British Virgin Islands, and Puerto Rico.
Well, we are weather alert here this morning as we're tracking severe storms moving into our region later today. We want to take you live now to the roads as well as the Inner Harbor in Towson from the morning into the night. Fox 45 News will have complete coverage on the storms that you could see here.
Now let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers to see just what's in store for us today. Hot again, but now storm.
Hot and humid, excuse me, ladies. And then, and real quick note on Lee, too. It's probably going to become a Category 4 storm.
Wow.
Most of the models have it going like this, so going to go north and not make landfall. That's what we hope for next week. But we are going to have that rip current effect, and we're going to have those dangerous rip currents here on the eastern shore.
Of that. Bermuda, is that in its path?
Yeah, probably Bermuda, yeah. But I mean, you know, that's... We'll have to deal with that. Well, yeah. Let's talk about what we got here at home first, because
rain.
Some rain, yeah, and we'll have a better chance of rain. Actually, Meg, it's going to be tomorrow. That's when we'll have more widespread rain showers and storms. Yeah, we have been incredibly dry. We've been hot. We've been muggy. Our severe weather threats for today is going to be damaging wind gusts as some of those storms develop this afternoon, and we will have some of us that will have that potential to get some heavier downpours for the day, but not necessarily a hail or tornado threat for you on your Thursday. And everything looks great over the Inner Harbor right now. Temperatures in the mid-70s, wind not really a factor at all, and that humidity 85%. Dew point temps are going to stay in the 70s. Now look what happens over the next 3 or 4 days. We're going to keep the mugginess here, but our air temperatures will come down. So it is going to be unsettled all the way through the weekend, and we are expecting to get some rain, especially Friday and possibly on Sunday too. So that will be nice, much needed rain, because I know my grass is pretty crusty right now, and maybe yours is as well, even though we're still in meteorological fall. So here's our HD radar. Everything is quiet right now. We saw a couple of pop-up showers and thunderstorms well to the west of us, but basically our next weather maker is this cold front right there that is now draped across the Ohio River Valley. That area of low pressure to the north is going to help drive this thing and move it to us by the time we head toward the afternoon. So as that cold front moves in, we're going to see the heat and humidity build. Notice from the Storm Prediction Center, all of the areas in yellow under the slight risk for severe weather, which is 2 on a scale of 1 to 5. And that includes most of us here in the Baltimore region. You can see for the city and Baltimore County, and most of our counties to the north and to the west, even down to the south, are under that slight risk. Now, that marginal risk creeps in for the eastern shore and southern Anne Arundel County. So that's kind of an indication where those storms are going to be tracking along 95 and to the west for the most part of the 95 corridor. So here's our hourly future scan. Through noon today, heat, humidity building. It's going to feel like the low triple digits. Then as we get to about 4 or 5 p.m., a little bit more cloud cover. Notice those storms start to develop right there on the left-hand side of your screen, getting closer to Frederick and Carroll County into that 6 o'clock hour. So our Carroll County friends may get some actual rain there, while the rest of us are going to stay dry. And then northern Baltimore County in that 7 o'clock hour could see a couple of those showers and storms. But notice, as I said, 95 and east is not really going to be impacted by the storms today, although Mother Nature likes to just kind of throw those curveballs, so you never know if we could get some of those pop-up storms. Low to mid and upper 90s for our highs again today, and it's going to feel like the triple digits with that heat and humidity. Finally, a little cooler in western Maryland in the upper 80s with that cold front, and that cold front will eventually help with our temperatures for the weekend. Now, once this front sweeps through, this is now as we get into Friday on our future scan. Watch this. We're going to see those showers and storms develop tomorrow afternoon, but really tomorrow night. That's going to be that widespread area of shower activity that we'll see, and that's going to be good for all of us to get some of that rain. Saturday, we get a bit of a break, still a bit unsettled, and then another round of showers develops on Sunday as well. So you can see how that front just kind of drapes itself here and hangs out. That's what keeps the unsettled weather around and keeps those showers around for you on Sunday, which means the Ravens home opener could be a little wet, even though our temperatures will be back to the 80s. So 97 today, finally to the lower 90s tomorrow. The weather kind of breaks essentially with the heat breaking, and we're back to the mid 80s, which is still above average next week, but at least it will be cooler than what we've experienced lately. Patrice?
All right, Justin, thank you. Taking a look now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network. You're looking at the highways throughout the region. These look clear, but we are following a few crashes around the region. No cameras in those areas, but what we know is that 295 at Waterview Avenue, there is a crash. The other one is along 95 South at Vietnam Veterans Memorial Highway. The only impacts we're actually seeing, though, are on 95. There's a traffic lane and a shoulder closed because of that incident. Let's get a check of mass transit. Austin Todd with EMTA is joining us this morning. Good morning, Austin.
Good morning, Patrice. So far, so good out there. Things are looking really good on the light rail system. Everything is operating on time. Things are looking pretty good as well on the Metro subway link. No major delays. Our Thursday morning really is off to a great start. There's only one delay I want to make you aware of. That's Penn Train 505 on the MARC train system on its way to Washington right now. It's about 10 to 15 minutes behind, but so far, so good out there. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Austin Todd.
Thank you, Austin.
Looking ahead to the weekend, as there is one more big weekend of the State Fair that is left. Tomorrow, All Time Low is playing along with May Day Parade and Gym Class Heroes. Then on Saturday, Quinn 92 is performing along with the concerts. Of course, there's so much to do. You can see the horse racing, lumberjack shows, rides, and more. The fair will reopen today and run through Sunday. And if you are headed to the fair this weekend, be sure to share all of your favorite photos and videos with us. You can submit your content through our Chime In tab at foxbaltimore.com or on the WBFF app.
The final countdown is on to the start of the new season for the NFL. Still to come, why the Ravens head coach is saying he's anxious ahead of the game.
Violence in and around city schools as students return to the classroom. Just ahead, the latest incident that has some parents in disbelief. It's 5:22. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
This morning, we are learning more about why the Baltimore County Fire Department entered a consent decree with the Department of Justice.
And we do have to warn you, you might find some of these details disturbing. According to the complaint, 11 female employees were subjected to a hostile work environment when a former male employee distributed nude and inappropriate pictures of them to other coworkers, solicited such pictures from coworkers, and then posted the pictures to a social media site. The complaint is also alleging the department ultimately failed to take immediate and appropriate action to address the issue and didn't adequately communicate with the victims.
There's no follow-up with some of the members that were victims of this sexual harassment, and I think that's where the DOJ really kind of went. There was no follow-up, no follow-through, no proper investigation for a long period of time, and I think that's where our members were not served properly and still made the workplace very problematic for those individuals that were harmed.
Baltimore County Fire Chief Joanne Rond issued the following statement regarding the consent decree, saying in part that every employee deserves to feel safe in the workplace, and I am proud of the progress we have started under my tenure to diversify our department and strengthen our culture. To read the full statement, you can head to our website, foxbaltimore.com.
In Prince George's County, the police officer caught kissing a woman at a park right near a school is now suspended.
A video went viral of the two kissing before getting into his police car. The Prince George's County Police Department releasing a statement saying that an investigation has been opened. The person who posted the viral video of the officer and the woman together tells our Sinclair sister station that he knew what he was filming was wrong.
The police officer, he did it broad daylight. He didn't even look up. He didn't care who was watching, who was witnessing. He didn't care if it was kids around.
Well, this isn't the first time that officer in the video has been suspended. Back in 2016, he faced child abuse charges after he allegedly knocked a 3-year-old unconscious. Those charges were dropped. Back in May, he was suspended after being accused of domestic violence. He returned to duty a month later.
We are weather alert as a line of severe thunderstorms is going to move through the Baltimore region later today. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking when we dry out.
A Baltimore resident says that prostitution is an ongoing problem in her neighborhood. Coming up next, the action she's taking to try and stop it, plus what police are saying and how they're responding. You're watching Fox 45, Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Breaking news this morning, Sheila Dixon announces she is running for Baltimore City Mayor in 2024. That is according to an op-ed that she wrote in the Baltimore Sun. Stay with Fox 45 Morning News. We are going to speak live with her about that announcement that is coming up at 7:15 this morning.
Well, welcome back on this weather alert day. 5:30 is the time now. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers here with our forecast. Justin, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, ladies. Yeah, I'm right here. How you doing? Happy to be here and taking a look at our forecast. Temperatures are going to be heating up once again this afternoon. We're talking upper 90s for us. It will feel like the triple digits. And then we have that potential for some of those strong storms to develop, especially after about 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon. That's when things will get going and will be a little bit more active. Mid to upper 60s in Oakland and Cumberland. Mid to upper 70s for Westminster and Bel Air down to Baltimore City. 78 currently in Annapolis and 75 in Chestertown. So on your morning drive, we're keeping those numbers in the 70s. Probably want the AC on as you're heading out to work and school over the next couple of hours. And the next 3 days, your snowball is still going to melt today. Now, notice those lower 90s move in tomorrow with more showers and storms. And then we're back to the 80s for the weekend. Not cool, but cooler than the records that we've had for the last 4 days in a row. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. This morning, taking a look at our traffic network here now. We've got a look at the roads this morning, and 695 looking pretty clear around the region. Light volume, no major issues here. There is an incident, though, on 295 at Waterview Avenue. This morning, in a city in crisis, an investigation is underway in Brooklyn after a 23-year-old and 2 18-year-olds were shot in a triple shooting. This happened yesterday along 5th Street, right near Patapsco Avenue, right by the Brooklyn Safe Streets location. Police were called to the scene around 4:30. Officers say one of the 18-year-olds is in critical condition.
Because of ongoing violence in the city, over the past few weeks, residents have had the chance to bring their concerns about Baltimore directly to the mayor in a series of town halls that he has held with acting police commissioner Richard Worley.
The prostitution. The prostitution brings the Johns in who feed the prostitutes with money.
In South Baltimore, one resident has been fighting for 4 years to try and stop prostitution in her neighborhood. That resident tells FOX45 News she has met with police about the problem, but has little confidence that anything will change. Olivia Dan's joining us live now with the latest on this. Olivia.
Well, Megan, that's exactly right. That resident tells us that she met with the major and captain in her police district just earlier this week, but she still fears that nothing will change.
You have an open drug market. You have people doing drugs, prostitution, trash everywhere, all hours of the day, all night long. This goes on, and it's next to the firehouse. I feel like ever since Marilyn Mosby took office way back when, and we put that in place, we're not arresting anybody for low-level crimes. I just don't think that we're picking up the pace to undo that quick enough.
Lori Weishorn says prostitution and other criminal behavior is happening in what she calls a park near the corner of her block on Washington Boulevard. She partially blames former city state's attorney Marilyn Mosby and her now overturned low-level offense prosecution policies. For 4 years, Weishorn has been fighting to put a stop to the crime, but so far it's been unsuccessful. Despite her efforts, she says for now the problem persists, but she says she won't give up. Megan, back to you.
Olivia, is the Baltimore Police Department responding to these concerns?
And Megan, so she actually confronted acting police commissioner Richard Worley about this problem about 2 weeks ago at a community meeting. Take a listen to their exchange.
When can Mayoral Park expect to see your police officers start engaging with arresting the prostitutes?
We're going to try to work a strategy of diversion where we can, without arresting them, get them the services that they need.
Now, FOX45 News reached out to BPD for comment, and they acknowledged that they received our request, but so far they haven't followed up yet. For now, reporting live outside Baltimore Police Headquarters, I'm Olivia Dance, FOX45 Early Edition.
City State's Attorney Ivan Bates unveiled his citation docket this summer to get prostitution and other quality of life crimes under control. But Bates says most of the citations were written incorrectly, saying police just aren't familiar with the new system. You can read more about the issues with the citation docket and how leaders are working to fix it at foxbaltimore.com.
Another issue facing the city, violence in and around city schools as students return to the classroom. Last week, a 12-year-old was shot at Dunbar High School at a football game. Just yesterday afternoon, a gun was recovered from an 8th grader at Cherry Hill Elementary Middle School.
These children are getting hurt behind senseless acts of children.
Shannon Lilly joins us live now with reaction from parents in Cherry Hill as school let out. Shannon.
Yeah, a lot of emotions, Patrice. There is disbelief, confusion, frustration, and fear amongst parents who found out their kids could have come face to face with a loaded gun. Take a listen to some of those reactions.
What? This is bad. This is really bad. I have a child that go to the school.
I don't even understand in an elementary school, how do these things even happen?
Baltimore City Schools confirming the gun was found on an 8th grader and the school was temporarily put on lockdown. According to the district, parents were notified, but we spoke with several parents who say they knew nothing about it. Now, meanwhile, Baltimore City Schools is not saying how long the lockdown lasted or where that 8th grader was caught with the gun, although they do say, Patrice, that it was not in a classroom.
Shannon, the school year is just getting started. Have we heard about other incidents beyond this one?
We have. In fact, just this past Friday, just outside Dunbar High School's football game, gunshots left players and spectators scrambling for cover. Those scary moments all captured on a live stream here. A 12-year-old was shot outside the game and injured. Now, the private security detective who chased the shooter described them as a child. Last year, at least a dozen guns were found in Baltimore City schools, including one at Mervo High School in February. Now, we've since learned the teen arrested for bringing that gun to school at Mervo High School last year is Tristan Jackson, who has now been charged in the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Megan.
All right, Shannon, thank you. The race for Baltimore mayor heating up. Topping our next half hour, more on the candidates who have already announced their intentions.
This morning, we are in weather alert mode. More heat, more humidity, along now with strong storms possible this afternoon. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking it all. 5:37, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Two different manhunts underway this morning. We start in our nation's capital, where police are searching for this homicide suspect that you see here. This is Christopher Haynes. The area surrounding George Washington University now placed on lockdown. That was Wednesday afternoon when that happened. At 8:15 p.m., the shelter in place was lifted, but Haynes remains at large right now. We know he escaped from custody at the university hospital just after 3:30. The Secret Service is assisting in this search. Police have not said if Haynes was armed, but warns not to engage if you see him and to call 911. From that ongoing situation in Washington to Pennsylvania, where convicted killer Danilo Cavalcanti has been on the run for a week now. This morning, we now know how he was able to make his escape. Check this out. Surveillance video inside Chester County Prison showing the moment Cavalcanti got free. Crab walking. Watch this. He extends his arms, his feet, and crab walks between the two walls all the way up. You can see him then move out of the camera's frame, where he then ends up on top of the roof. He had to then run across the roof, scale a fence, and getting through newly installed razor wire put in place after another inmate briefly broke out the same way a few months ago. That's the latest from our live center.
Still to come this morning, the superintendent of the Maryland State Department of Education tells Project Baltimore he's never used an encrypted messaging app for his job, but screenshots say otherwise. Just ahead this morning, we're going to show you the concerning messages. And you have the opportunity to talk with Mayor Scott about the recent mass shooting in Brooklyn Park. Still ahead, who else will be at a community meeting as that area continues to heal? 542, you're watching Fox 45. Early edition.
Topping your Sports Unlimited news today, the Orioles get a day of rest after just dominating the Angels in their latest series. Not only did the O's win 10-3 last night, they also won all 3 games in the series in LA. Now, tomorrow we know the Orioles go back at it, this time in Boston, taking on the Red Sox. First pitch, 7:10 p.m.
Today marks the official start to the new NFL season. We are taking you live to Kansas City, where the Chiefs and the Detroit Lions go head-to-head tonight. In the preseason, both the Chiefs and the Lions won 2 of 3 games. Today's kickoff is at 8:20 p.m. in Missouri.
Excited. Now taking you live to M&T Bank Stadium here as the Ravens patiently wait their turn to take to the field. In 3 days, the Ravens will go head-to-head with the Texans right here in Baltimore for their first game of the season. And head coach John Harbaugh says the flock is ready.
I'm anxious to see the team. That's the anybody I'm anxious to see is the team and all the parts of the team, you know, that are going to be out there playing, trying to do their best. Everybody wants to play very well, very much, and we're going to try to do our best.
Off for the Ravens is this Sunday at 1 p.m. at M&T Bank Stadium.
In other NFL news, legend Tom Brady steps out of retirement, taking a job with Delta. Not another football team, Delta, as in the airlines. The former QB will serve as a long-term strategic advisor to the airline. Delta says he'll play a role in marketing, also help develop training and teamwork tools. Delta employs more than 90,000 people. The company has not disclosed how much Brady will be paid for all of these strategies.
It seems so random.
He starts at Fox next year because he's going to be the, you know, I mean, he's got his big multi-million-dollar contract to be the play-by-play guy or the color guy.
That makes sense to me.
100%.
Play-by-play. Doing Delta does not.
I don't know. Strategic marketing and team. So he's going to teach them how to do, you know, is he going to run them through drills to be a team?
Maybe.
Maybe
that's
the pilots are in.
Might have a lot of flat tires on those planes.
Oh,
so. Hey,
a little deflated.
You can still be Deflategate, yeah. All right, let's take a look at what's going on here,
that
guys.
Will stay with him forever.
Our weather, 100%. Our weather alert day, hot, humid. That is what we're talking about. The weather alert is not for the heat and humidity like we had yesterday when we had heat advisories. We actually don't have any heat advisories out right now. It's the strong storms that will develop later this afternoon and evening. And we're talking after about 4 or 5 p.m. That's when things will start to get going. Looking right now at our Towson cam, nice and calm conditions. Just stepped outside myself. It is warm and muggy, mid-70s. We got to 100 degrees yesterday, and that's the first time we've hit the triple-digit mark officially since 2020. It was June of 2020, the last time we had a 100-degree temperature reading. Now, it still felt like the low 100s, and it's going to feel like the low 100s again today with the dew point temperatures hanging out in the 70s in that gross category, so that humidity will still be an issue. Here's a look at our HD radar. Everything is nice and quiet right now, and you zoom out a little bit farther, you can see a few showers that are being picked up around Pittsburgh, and then you go north up toward Buffalo and seeing some areas in Rochester with some thunderstorm activity. This is all kind of right ahead of this cold front, and that's the next weather maker right there that is kind of right through the Ohio River Valley, just on the other side of the Appalachians. It is going to be moving across the mountains and into our region as we head toward the afternoon. And that is why the Storm Prediction Center has this large area of the northeast under a slight risk for severe weather, which includes us here at home and all the way down through D.C. and parts of Virginia. So that slight risk is a 2 on a scale of 1 to 5 in terms of that severe weather threat. The marginal risk for some of our eastern shore counties, even southern Anne Arundel County, under that marginal risk as well. And this is why we are seeing that area with that slight risk, because watch what happens on our future scan. This is at noon today. We are still going to be hot and humid. Temperatures are going to climb. It's still going to feel like the triple digits. But after about 4 or 5 p.m., notice where those storms are. Frederick over toward Westminster, staying to the west of the 95 corridor. Into that 6 o'clock hour, they start to develop here down through Gaithersburg, moving into parts of Howard County and into Carroll County. So those counties have the better chance of seeing rain than we really will in Baltimore or in Baltimore County, northern Baltimore County. You'll see a few of those showers, but look at some of those other regions, Harford County, Cecil County, Eastern Shore down to the south. Probably not going to see much in the way of those thunderstorms. They'll be isolated at best. It'll be damaging wind. That'll be the biggest thing we'll have to face in terms of our severe weather threats today. Possible some heavy rain at times. So as the kids head out to the bus stop, beep, beep, you know, always good to just throw the umbrella in the book bag in case, but really don't think there's going to be much happening Even when you pick them up at the bus stop this afternoon, it doesn't really get going until about 5 or 6 p.m. Either way, it's going to be hot, mid to upper 90s for our temperatures into the noon hour and through the afternoon as well. And most of us will stay in those mid to upper 90s again. 4 days in a row of record heat. Today, we're not going to see the record broken. It's 101, so most of us will be in the low to mid 90s, but again, still very hot for September. Good news, our temperature tracker, it's starting to trend down. Now, lower 90s still tomorrow, but back to the upper 80s Saturday. Finally, by Sunday and Monday, we'll see those temperatures back to the mid 80s, and you really won't feel a cool down until we get to about Wednesday and Thursday of next week. So that's what we're looking at. Now, it is going to be a little wet for that Ravens home opener on Sunday, just so you're aware right now. And then the O's come back on Monday next week. Should have some decent weather for them with cooler temperatures as well. That's what we're going to be tracking. But weather alert day for today. All right, let's get an update on mass transit. Austin Todd joining us. Good morning, Austin.
Hey, good morning, Justin. Still looking pretty good out there. Our Thursday morning's off to a great start. We're still not seeing any major delays on the light rail system. Everything looks okay from Hunt Valley all the way down through BWI. Metro Subway still operating on time. On the MARC train system, Penn Train 505 still operating about 15 minutes behind, but all other MARC trains are in good shape. You mentioned that record heat. We're going to have speed restrictions in place on the Camden and Brunswick lines, so afternoon commuters could see delays of about 15 to 20 minutes. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Austin Todd.
The U.S. is sending more than $1 billion to Ukraine. Coming up, where those funds could go as the Russian invasion continues.
I'm Kayla Gaskins on Capitol Hill. Coming up, lawmakers react to the apparent comeback of mask mandates.
It is 5:51. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Making headlines this morning, the U.S. will provide another $1 billion to Ukraine in military and humanitarian aid. It is coming from funding already approved by Congress. About $175 million will be in the form of weapons from Pentagon stockpiles. Another $100 million will come in grants to purchase more arms and equipment. More than $800 million will be used for humanitarian aid, law enforcement, combating corruption, and clearing mines. Blinken met with Ukraine's foreign minister as well as staff from the U.S. Embassy and sat down with President Volodymyr Zelensky.
Ukraine has taken back more than 50% of the territory that Russia has seized from it since February of 2022. In the current counteroffensive, we are seeing real progress over the last few weeks.
This is Blinken's fourth trip to Ukraine since the start of the invasion.
The U.S. has provided more than $43 billion to Ukraine since Russia's invasion. Spending in Ukraine is a growing topic of debate in the halls of Congress, even among members of the same party from the same state.
With NATO unified and Europe awakened from its defense holiday and starting to spend real money on our collective defense, it's certainly not the time to go wobbly.
So what we should do is quit adding more debt. We need to quit spending, and really we don't need to be sending money to Ukraine that we have to borrow from China. That makes no sense at all.
Well, the White House says Ukraine has made meaningful gains of late on its eastern front occupied by Russia. A Russian missile strike hit a civilian market in Ukraine yesterday, killing 16 people.
Recent CDC data indicates COVID is on the rise again.
COVID hospitalizations ticked up nearly 16% in the last week of August. More than 17,000 people were hospitalized with COVID. Emergency room visits with a COVID diagnosis ticked up 0.5% the week ending August 19th, and deaths ticked up more than 17% in the last week of August.
Masks and their effectiveness are now under fire as new mandates go into effect. National correspondent Sheila Gaskins has more on the debate from Capitol Hill.
Elementary school kids and staff are back in masks in a Maryland suburb outside Washington, D.C.
There's no reason a healthy child should have to wear a mask.
The 10-day mask mandate going into place at one elementary school after a handful of kids reportedly tested positive for the virus. The First Lady also testing positive earlier this week. The White House says she's quarantining in Delaware away from her husband.
Tested negative on Monday, tested negative on Tuesday, tested negative today. The president's going to continue to follow CDC guidance. And as I mentioned at the top, that includes masking, that includes testing.
The CDC still recommends anyone exposed to COVID-19 wear a mask for 10 days. Masks remaining a hot debate topic in light of studies showing they make little to no difference in slowing the spread of COVID-19. The president tested negative, yet is still opting to wear a mask. What kind of message does that send?
It shows a lack of intellect, a lack of science. There's no reason he should be wearing a mask. How many times has he had COVID? He's had COVID 2 or 3 times. How many vaccines has he had? 5 or 6 vaccines. It sort of shows that he doesn't believe any of the things he's done so far are working.
When it comes to masking elementary students for COVID, critics of masking like Senator Rand Paul argue they do much harm and no good.
It's a disservice to children. It's harder for them to learn.
We conducted an unscientific online poll asking if people will comply with new mask mandates if they're implemented. As of Wednesday afternoon, more than 22,000 responded. 74% said no. President Biden says he plans to ask Congress for more money to develop another new COVID-19 vaccine for the latest variants. This as the CDC is expected to release their latest guidance on boosters as early as next week. The CDC director is expected to sign off on the new booster recommendations. The shots would be available soon after. On Capitol Hill, I'm Sheila Gaskins.
The race for Baltimore mayor is heating up. Coming up, the candidates who've announced their intentions so far, including a new announcement from former Mayor Sheila Dixon.
As the 2024 mayoral race begins to take shape, we will break down some of the mayor's controversies during his time in office.
It's been just over 2 months since the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting. Coming up next, details on the meeting happening today for residents to hold city leaders accountable.
We are not done with the heat and humidity quite yet, and we're tracking showers and thunderstorms that could impact you for your afternoon and evening. That is why we are weather alert. We'll break down what we can expect for the entire weekend right here. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, This is Fox 45 Morning News.
Topping your Fox 45 early edition newscast, we are on weather alert for the threat of severe storms moving through the region later today. We want to take you live to the Inner Harbor if we can. Actually, we've got our radar here this morning. You see some of the green moving through. We're going to be checking in all day long as this moves through our region. Our Weather Authority team of meteorologists are tracking this. This, of course, this rain on top of an intense heat wave that Baltimore has felt the last 4 days.
Well, good morning to all of you on another hot Thursday. It's September 7th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Tom Rogers is off this morning. My kids have yet to have outdoor recess. They were hoping today would be the day.
Naomi had it the first day. She did not have it yesterday, so we'll see what today brings. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is looking at what today is going to bring as far as the weather.
And it's still going to be, heat index values, ladies, that are being in the low hundreds as we get into the early part of the afternoon. So that is why we have to make sure to kind of keep those same precautions in effect that we've been talking about for the last few days. We did break another record yesterday. Probably won't break a record today, but it's still going to be in the upper 90s. But we have to add in that chance for stronger storms, especially as we head later into the afternoon and evening. That is why we're weather alert, talking about that storm system moving in that eventually will cool us down. But a lot of us are warm this morning. Low to mid 70s for Cockeysville and Towson to Baltimore City, 78 in Woodlawn. We're at 76 in Glen Burnie at this hour. So Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Just get the AC flow going with numbers in the 70s over the next couple of hours, and we're dry. Afternoon, evening commute. Some of us will be dealing with some of those stronger storms. We'll take a closer look at who's going to be impacted and how long those storms stick around coming up in a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network now this morning, we have a live look at some of the cameras around our region here. We've had a couple of crashes here this morning, none of them making any major impacts on the roads here at this hour.
6:01 now to the latest on the 2024 race for Baltimore City Mayor. Sheila Dixon says she is running. That's according to an op-ed posted in the Baltimore Sun just this morning. Make sure you stay with Fox 45 Morning News. We're going to speak with her live here in studio at 7:15 about her announcement and her plans for the city.
Fox 45 News did take voters' concerns directly to Mayor Brandon Scott, and we asked why people should trust him to get crime under control.
Shannon Lilly joins us in studio with his comments as challengers are, as we see, now beginning to apply pressure. Shannon?
Yeah, as you guys mentioned, Patrice and Megan, this morning we expect to learn more on former Mayor Sheila Dixon's announcement as she's going to join us live in our 7 o'clock hour to discuss her run. She hinted at her intentions during an interview 2 months ago. Listen.
I know I can make a tremendous difference in the city.
We spoke with political analyst John Deedy, who says Dixon still has a strong support base of voters, and he also believes the crime war could make or break this race. Dixon's term saw historic drops in the city's homicide rate. Later on in the 2020 primary, though, Dixon lost to Mayor Brandon Scott by a little more than 2,000 votes. Mayor Scott is now seeking re-election, and yesterday he was making his case.
I ran on making sure that we were going to reduce violent crime in Baltimore. Homicides are down 20%. Shootings are down 10%. That is not the case for many major cities.
This also comes as 2 more candidates could be stepping into this race. At a community meeting in West Baltimore Tuesday night, Bob Wallace told the crowd he's exploring another run for mayor. You'll remember he formerly ran as an independent. This time he's running as a Democrat. And on talk radio, Baltimore teacher Wendy Bozell announced she too has become a Democrat and is also running for mayor.
I'm a Baltimore City teacher and I'm running for mayor, because I know exactly what needs to be done to help the city, and we first have to start with education.
And I think running as an independent, I think there were situations where people could not hear my message, and I felt that it was important to remove all the barriers so that the voters of Baltimore could hear my ideas and could hear the vision that I have for the city.
Of course, we'll continue to follow this race closely as it just continues to heat up. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Patrice?
All right, Shannon, thank you. Now, while homicides and non-fatal shootings are down this year, the reductions are not what Mayor Scott originally promised. During his campaign, the mayor vowed to reduce homicides by 15% each year of his term, getting the city below 300 homicides for his first year as mayor. Now, he fell short of that promise, and we're also seeing juvenile crime skyrocketing. Auto thefts are also up more than 200% compared to this time last year. There is also criticism for the state of City Hall. Almost a dozen key agencies are without permanent leaders. The acting police commissioner will have his confirmation hearing on September 21st. That's more than 3 months after he was nominated. The confirmation hearing for the acting fire chief will be held on that same day. That department has been without a permanent leader for almost a year. The Department of Health, Public Works, and Monzi are all also without permanent leaders.
Mayor Scott has faced a number of controversies during his time in office. The mayor and the Board of Estimates that the mayor appoints approved a controversial BGE conduit deal earlier this year, and that gives broad control of the city's underground infrastructure to the company. The city's comptroller and council president sat out of the meeting in protest, trying to stop the vote. Critics said the deal was rushed and questioned the legality of it. Late last year, the mayor raised eyebrows when he accepted a $5,000 campaign donation from longtime city contractor J.P. Grant. Days after accepting the contribution, the city's Board of Estimates approved a $12 million contract with a company connected to Grant. And throughout his time in office, Fox 45 News has had a hard time getting answers from him. He often shuts down our reporters or walks away.
But why make it?
Next.
Mayor Scott, how do you plan to delineate, I guess, the squeegee kids?
I'm going to delineate by telling you when we put out the strategy, as we just talked about before. You're not going to get a different answer. We have a process. We're sticking to it. Watch your back. Don't walk into the truck.
If you have a process, why was it leaked to WBAL?
See you later. Next question. Anybody else?
I have one more.
Thank you, everybody.
We want you to join the conversation. For city residents, if the election were held today, who would you vote for Mayor of Baltimore? Mayor Scott, Sheila Dixon, Bob Wallace, or someone else? So far, 64% of people who voted say someone else. You can weigh in at foxbaltimore.com/vote.
And again, make sure you're watching Fox 45 Morning News at 7:15 today. Sheila Dixon will join us live to discuss her future and the changes she wants to see in Baltimore. And then she's going to have another formal announcement starting at 11 a.m. that you'll be able to watch live right here on Fox 45 News Midday.
The search is on in Washington, D.C. for a murder suspect who escaped from the George Washington University Hospital. Still ahead, the reward now in place for information about his location.
Baltimore City has faced violence in and around city schools as students return to the classroom. Topping our next half hour, what has parents so frustrated and afraid for their children's safety?
Warm start to your Thursday morning, and we are weather alert, tracking the potential for some strong storms this afternoon. We'll break it down for you coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all 6:10 is your time right now. Weather alert day, tracking more heat and humidity, and then the potential for some storms this afternoon. Pretty shot right here. Look right under that live cam downtown Baltimore logo, and you can see that little dot. That is Venus rising in the east, and the moon and Jupiter also out this morning. Looks like a nice morning glow, but we're going to have that heat and humidity we have to deal with again today. Numbers are already in the mid-70s for Westminster and Bel Air, down through Baltimore City at 74 officially this hour. As you head out the door this morning, sunglasses, go ahead and just throw the umbrella in the bag and just have it with you, because next couple of days are going to remain unsettled. Even if all of us don't see the rain today, we'll have a pretty good chance of seeing it for tomorrow and into the weekend. So mid-70s next couple of hours, out for a run or jog. Still kind of warm this morning. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Happening today, Mayor Brandon Scott plans to hear from you about the Brooklyn Day mass shooting.
This comes just over 2 months after the deadly shooting killed 2 people and injured 28 others. Last week, the city released an after-action report of how it handled the shooting.
We have Olivia Dance joining us live now outside police headquarters with the details of tonight's meeting. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Patrice, the meeting is happening tonight at 6 at Baybrook Elementary Middle School. And as you mentioned, it comes after that 173-page after-action report was released. In the report, the Baltimore Police Department admitting it made mistakes.
Let me tell you what happens when you don't protect and serve. My daughter ends up in an urn in my living room. Do you understand me? You showed up to work that day, but you did not work. You failed.
That was Crystal Gonzalez. Her daughter, 18-year-old Aaliyah Gonzalez, was one of 2 people shot and killed during the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting. She's calling for a deeper review after the city released its after-action report. The report found the city failed to properly prepare and protect the hundreds of people attending the Brooklyn Homes block party that night. So far, police have made 4 arrests, including a 14-year-old suspect arrested at school. But none of the suspects arrested so far are directly charged with the 2 murders. Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley vowing an arrest will come, saying their detectives are working around the clock. And Mayor Scott says tonight's community meeting is an opportunity for Brooklyn Homes residents and neighbors to engage with city leaders. He says it's the next step towards accountability and healing following the mass shooting. For now, reporting live outside Baltimore Police Headquarters, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
The Baltimore County Fire Department enters into a consent decree after the disturbing accusations that led to the agreement.
A busy Baltimore Board of Estimates meeting with new plans for your tax dollars still ahead. The big increase DPW could see. 6:13 now. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
6:16 now. Here are some of the stories making headlines around the state.
In Baltimore City, DPW workers will receive pay increases. Mayor Scott announced them yesterday afternoon after the Board of Estimates meeting. The mayor said the city is taking steps toward increasing internet access. The city has a goal of closing its digital divide by 2030. And then finally, city leaders are also allocating $30 million to address homelessness. Through this fund, the city will be partnering with developers to build more affordable housing.
Ultimately, this will be a significant step forward in assisting individuals and families who are experiencing homelessness, formerly homeless, or who otherwise may struggle to maintain stable housing.
4 projects planned as permanent and supportive affordable housing. The city will award developers up to $250,000 for every unit. The city will also award up to $100,000 for traditional affordable housing. The project will be funded largely with federal tax dollars. We are learning more about why the Baltimore County Fire Department entered a consent decree with the Department of Justice.
And we do want to warn you that you might find some of these details disturbing. According to the complaint, 11 female employees were subjected to a hostile work environment when a former male employee distributed nude and inappropriate pictures of them to their coworkers, solicited such pictures from coworkers, and posted the pictures to a social media site. The complaint also alleging the department ultimately failed to take immediate and appropriate action to address the issue and didn't adequately communicate with the victims.
There's no follow-up with some of the members that were victims of this sexual harassment, and I think that's where the DOJ really kind of went. There was no follow-up, no follow-through, no proper investigation for a long period of time, and I think that's where our members were not served properly and still made the workplace very problematic for those individuals that were harmed.
Baltimore County Fire Chief Joanne Rund issued the following statement regarding the consent decree, saying in part that every employee deserves to feel safe in the workplace, and I am proud of the progress we have started under my tenure to diversify our department and strengthen our culture. To read the full statement, you can go to our website, foxbaltimore.com. All right, you're taking a live look over the Inner Harbor and over Towson, as this morning we are weather alert for the threat of severe storms moving into the region later today.
We have meteorologist Justin Chambers standing by. I mean, I think many people looking forward to a little relief from the heat.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We're not going to get it today.
Yeah.
Not until tomorrow. I mean, we got day 5 of temperatures in the upper 90s. I mean, we hit 100 officially yesterday. It is still going to be hot and humid today. Yes, those storms coming in this afternoon are why we're weather alert, and that cold front eventually will change up our weather pattern and bring us some of that relief. But we've got to get through another scorcher. Timing for the storms is going to be between about 4 and 8 o'clock this afternoon into the evening time. And not all of us will see the rain showers and storms either. Here's our Towson camera right now. As we showed you right there, you can see that nice morning glow, and it is warm. 74 your temperature, no wind to speak of. Check the dew point at 70 degrees, and we've got another 3 or 4 days with dew points in that miserable category in the lower 70s all the way through about Sunday. But our air temperatures will come down, so that heat index is not going to be as much of an issue starting tomorrow and into Saturday. However, it still is an issue today. Look at these heat index values. This is about 2-3 o'clock this afternoon. All of us will feel like we're well into the low triple digits again. So almost the same thing that we've dealt with the last couple of afternoons. The difference is later this afternoon, more cloud cover rolls in and a better chance for some storms, at least for some of the area as we get into your weather alert day. So the HD radar is all quiet right now. Got to go to the west. You can see a few showers developing north of Pittsburgh up toward parts of western New York. There's the cold front right there. So we're waiting for this thing to move in as we move into the afternoon and evening time. And notice where the Storm Prediction Center is indicating where we could see storms, basically all the way from Utica, New York, down through Harrisonburg, West Virginia, and Virginia as well. So that's where we're seeing that Storm Prediction Center outlook. The slight risk is a 2 on a scale of 1 to 5. And notice it encompasses pretty much most of our viewing area, just slices Anne Arundel County south of Annapolis and areas out out toward the east under that marginal risk. And this is an indication of where some of those storms are going to fire. So this is our hourly future scan. And look at that. Through noon today, we'll have sunshine. It'll be hot. It'll be humid. Then as we get into the afternoon, more of those clouds will start rolling in at 4 and 5 o'clock hour. Starting to see a few of those storms develop in Frederick, moving up toward Westminster and into parts of Howard County in that 6 o'clock hour. But notice 95 corridor still stays mainly dry. Couple of storms up there in that 7 o'clock hour north on 83 for northern Baltimore and parts of Harford County. But everything to the east of 95 looks to remain mainly dry with a couple of pop-up storms late this afternoon. The biggest threat we'll face from this will be some of the damaging wind gusts and potentially some heavy rain at times. But it's not going to be a widespread event. A better chance for some more widespread showers actually comes tomorrow. And then as we get into the weekend, we remain unsettled as well. As the kids head out to the bus stop this morning, beep, beep, temperatures in the 70s next hour and lower 90s through noon into the upper 90s again this afternoon. And we are tracking the potential for some of those storms, but it looks to be that those storms not firing until after you get the kids from the bus stop. So 97 today, back to the lower 90s tomorrow, then finally in the upper 80s on Saturday, mid 80s into Sunday and Monday. That's when you're going to finally feel numbers a little bit closer to average. And we do have that potential for some showers coming up on Saturday. Sunday for the Ravens game, probably going to be a little bit wet as some of that moisture hangs around with those showers in the area as well. Now let's get an update on mass transit. Austin Todd with the MTA. Good morning.
Good morning, Justin. Things look pretty good out there so far. Thursday's off to a great start. Light rail still running on time. Everything is perfect from Hunt Valley all the way down to BWI. Metro Subway still operating on schedule as well. On the MARC train system, no significant delays right now, but that extreme heat today is going to cause some delays for riders on the Camden and Brunswick lines. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Austin Todd.
All right, Austin, thank you. If you had tickets to see Bruce Springsteen this Saturday, you're going to have to wait. After the break, why he is postponing the rest of his September tour dates.
And time is running out for you to check out the Maryland State Fair, the final events you won't want to miss. 6:23, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Is in
Trending now, singer Bruce Springsteen announces he is postponing the rest of his September tour dates with the E Street Band while he seeks treatment for peptic ulcer disease.
A lot of people are going to be disappointed. That includes his Baltimore show that was supposed to happen this Saturday at Camden Yards. Now, Springsteen's team is promising ticket holders they will receive information about when the shows will be rescheduled, but they haven't provided a specific timeline. Well, looking ahead, here's something you can do if you can't get to that concert Saturday. There's one more big weekend of the State Fair on tap.
Tomorrow, All Time Low is playing along with Mayday Parade and Gym Class Heroes. Then on Saturday, Quinn 92 is performing along with the concerts. Of course, there is so much to do. They've got horse racing, they've got lumberjack shows, rides, food, you name it. The fair will reopen today and it's going to run through Sunday.
And if you are heading to the fair this weekend, be sure to share all of your favorite photos and videos with us. You can submit content through our Chime In tab at foxbaltimore.com or on the WBFF app.
We are weather alert this morning due to severe storms moving into the Baltimore region. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking how this could impact your evening commute.
And the Ravens are celebrating the start of the 2023 NFL season today. Still ahead, who will be performing at the kickoff? 6:27, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. 6:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. We are weather alert here this morning, talking heat, of course, still lingering, but storms moving in.
That's right. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking all of that, bringing us up to speed about what to expect today.
Yeah, and we want the cold front to bring in the cooler air, but with that, we also have to deal with some thunderstorms, and that's what's going to be popping later on this afternoon and evening. Right now, it looks great out over the Inner Harbor, albeit still warm and muggy. The sun coming up here still about 10 minutes away. Those sunrises are getting later and later, and sunsets are getting earlier and earlier, because that's what happens as we get closer to the first day of fall. Upper 70s in Stevensville and Annapolis, 74 in Baltimore right now. We're at 71 in Cockeysville and 75 in Bel Air. So overall, next couple of hours, Mr. Bo says, yeah, get that the AC on with temperatures here that will stay mainly in the upper 70s through about 9 a.m. No issues for any rain for this morning, and even most of the afternoon is going to be dry. It's late this afternoon into the evening when some of those storms come in, but still a high of 97. Even though it's not going to be breaking records, it'll be our 5th day in a row with upper 90s or triple digits. Finally, tomorrow we'll see lower 90s and then back to the 80s for this upcoming weekend, but we've got more rain hanging around. We'll talk all about that coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking now at the Lynn Stoller Traffic Network and taking a look at the traffic map, you can see what you want to see there, the green. We are in the green, no issues to report.
This morning, in a city in crisis, an investigation is underway in Brooklyn after a 23-year-old and two 18-year-olds were shot in a triple shooting. It happened yesterday along 5th Street, right near Patapsco Avenue, right by the Brooklyn Safe Streets location. Police were called to the scene around 4:30. Officers say one of the 18-year-olds is in critical condition.
Now, because of ongoing violence in this city over the past few weeks, residents have had the chance to bring their concerns about Baltimore directly to the mayor in a series of town halls that he has held with Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley.
The prostitution. The prostitution brings the Johns in who feed the prostitutes with money.
In South Baltimore, one resident has been fighting a 4-year-long battle to try and stop prostitution in her neighborhood. And that resident tells Fox 45 News that she has met with police about this problem, but has little confidence that anything will change.
Olivia Dance joining us live now with the latest on that. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Patrice, that resident tells us that she met with the major and captain in her police district earlier this week, but she still fears that nothing will change.
You have an open drug market. You have people doing drugs, prostitution, trash everywhere, all hours of the day, all night long. This goes on, and it's next to the firehouse.
I feel like ever since Marilyn Mosby took office way back when, and we put that in place, we're not arresting anybody for low-level crimes. I just don't think that we're picking up the pace to undo that quick enough.
Lori Weishorn says prostitution and other criminal behavior is happening in what she calls a park near the corner of her block on Washington Boulevard. She partially blames former City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby and her now overturned low-level offense prosecution policies. For 4 years, Weishorn has been fighting to put a stop to the crime, but so far it's been unsuccessful. Despite her efforts, she says for now the problem persists, but she also says she won't give up. Megan and Patrice, back to you.
Olivia, is the Baltimore Police Department responding to those concerns?
Yeah, Megan, so she actually confronted Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley about this problem during a community meeting about 2 weeks ago. Take a listen to their exchange.
When can Mayoral Park expect to see your police officers start engaging with arresting the prostitutes?
We're going to try to work a strategy of diversion where we can, without arresting them, get them the services that they need.
Now, Fox 45 News also reached out to BPD for comment, and they responded saying they received our request, but so far they haven't followed up yet. For now, reporting live outside Baltimore Police Headquarters, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Elsewhere in a city in crisis, as students are returning to the classroom, Fox 45 News is following cases of violence in and around city schools.
A gun was recovered from an 8th grader at Cherry Hill Elementary Middle School yesterday in South Baltimore.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live now in studio with the latest in this case and how parents are reacting. Shannon.
Yeah, a lot of emotions, guys. There's disbelief, confusion, frustration, and fear amongst parents who were finding out their kids could have come face to face with a loaded gun. Take a listen to some of those reactions.
What? This is bad. This is really bad. I have a child that go to the school.
I don't even understand in an elementary school, how do these things even happen?
Baltimore City Schools is confirming the gun was found on an 8th grader and the school was temporarily put on lockdown. According to the district, parents were notified, but we spoke with several parents who say they knew nothing about it. Meanwhile, Baltimore City Schools is not saying how long the lockdown lasted or where that 8th grader was caught with the gun, although they do say it was not in a classroom. Patrice.
Shannon, the school year is just starting, but we've also seen other incidents, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. In fact, this past Friday, just outside Dunbar High School's football game, remember, gunshots left players and spectators scrambling for cover. That scary moment captured on a live stream here. A 12-year-old was shot outside the game and injured. The private security detective who chased the shooter described them as a child. And last year, at least a dozen guns were found in Baltimore City schools, including one at Mervo High School back in February. Well, now we have since learned that that teen arrested for bringing that gun to school at Mervo High School is Tristan Jackson, who has now been charged in the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Patrice.
The 2024 race for Baltimore City Mayor is beginning to heat up. Who you could potentially see on the ballot for next year.
The Brooklyn Homes community will have the opportunity to voice their opinions to Mayor Brandon Scott today about the deadliest mass shooting in Baltimore. The details on where it's happening and what you can expect are still ahead in our next half hour.
And we are weather alert today due to severe storms. Just ahead, how your weekend forecast is shaping up. 6:37, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Strong thunderstorms rolled through North Alabama Wednesday night. This view of the sky from a neighborhood indicator. Recent Portland, Oregon thunderstorms yielded a mix of weather phenomena, rainbows and lightning, and a moment of relaxation during the sunset boat ride along Maryland's Severn River on the way to Annapolis.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
.640 now, making headlines this morning. Police have been searching overnight for a wanted murder suspect who escaped from police custody at the George Washington University Hospital.
The campus is back open this morning after students had to shelter in place for hours.
John Gonzalez with our Sinclair sister station in D.C. is joining us live with those details. Good morning, John.
Good morning. We are on campus here at George Washington University. You've got the hospital here behind me, and D.C. police have described this now fugitive as a dangerous individual. You can see D.C. police are out here. We've also seen them over at the White House working with the Secret Service and police over at the State Department just down the street. It has now been over 12 hours. Students here yesterday at George Washington were told to shelter in place after this murder suspect escaped from the hospital. Take a look. Here's some pictures police have shared with us. Christopher Haynes escaped from police custody at around 3:30 yesterday afternoon. The university canceled all evening events and activities and had advised the school to be very cautious. Well, that shelter in place this morning has been lifted. Good news for the hospital, for the students and staff here. Bad news for police, who say they do not believe this guy is in this direct area any longer. The 30-year-old was arrested earlier in the day Wednesday, charged with homicide. Now take a listen here. This man's father is being treated at the hospital.
He was literally two doors down, and we saw cops sitting in front, and the day my dad had to move a different room, it was all hectic. He escaped, so it's kind of crazy.
And this isn't the first time this guy's been in trouble with the law. We understand Haynes was also arrested for attempting to drive into 3 Prince William County police officers who were on bicycles back in 2020. Again, the FBI, the Secret Service working with D.C. police to try to find this guy. Reporting live, John Gonzalez, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, John, thank you. New cell phone messages are shedding light on what's been happening inside the Maryland State Department of Education. Still ahead in our next hour, Project Baltimore shows you the text the state superintendent seems to not want you to see. Plus, former Baltimore Mayor Sheila Dixon joins us live in just about 20 minutes to discuss her future and the changes she wants to see in Baltimore. 6:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. New this morning, longtime Democrat and former Mayor Sheila Dixon announces in a Baltimore Sun op-ed that she is running for mayor. Let's get over to Shannon Lilly in studio with more on that update. Shannon.
Yeah, the 2024 race, Patrice, for mayor is certainly getting more interesting. And coming up in our 7 o'clock hour, Sheila Dixon is set to sit down with us here in studio to talk about her run. Dixon believes she can make an impact on the city. She was previously elected as mayor in 2007, and her term saw historic drops in the city's homicide rate. But in the 2020 primary, Dixon lost to Mayor Brandon Scott by a little more than 2,000 votes. Mayor Scott is also now seeking re-election, and yesterday he was making his case, citing the drop in violent crime we've seen this year in Baltimore. Stay with us because in 15 minutes we'll hear from him and the candidates vying to take his role. Megan?
All right, Shannon, thank you. Today, Mayor Brandon Scott is hosting a Brooklyn community meeting, and this comes just over 2 months after the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting. Last week, the city released an after-action report of how it handled the shooting. We have Olivia Dance joining us live now outside police headquarters. Olivia, what can you tell us about tonight's meeting?
Well, Megan, the meeting's happening tonight at 6 at Baybrook Elementary Middle School. And as you mentioned, it comes after that 173-page after-action report was released. In the report, the Baltimore Police Department just behind me here admitted that it made mistakes. The report found the city failed to properly prepare and protect the hundreds of people attending the Brooklyn Homes block party that night. So far, police have made 4 arrests, including a 14-year-old suspect arrested at school. But none of the suspects arrested so far are directly charged with the 2 murders. Now, Mayor Scott says tonight's community meeting is an opportunity for Brooklyn Homes residents and neighbors to engage with city leaders. He says it's the next step towards accountability and healing following the mass shooting. Now, coming up in just about 15 minutes, hear from Crystal Gonzalez, whose 18-year-old daughter, Aaliyah, was killed during the mass shooting. Back to you.
Well, weather alert day is today at 6:47. That's what we're looking at right now. Heat and humidity once again. This is all going to build before we see some strong storms for at least some of us move in by the time we get to the afternoon and evening time. That time at about 4 or 5 o'clock here is when things will get going. And that's why we're weather alert, not for the heat and humidity, but let me tell you, it is still going to be hot and humid and temperatures that are going to be close to 100 once again for the afternoon. This is our Towson cam right now. We have that sun that is up over the horizon and the mugginess continues. We're at 74. This is probably about as cool as we will get. No wind to speak of. That dew point at 70 degrees, and dew points are going to stay in the 70s today. So we have that humidity that is not going anywhere, especially as we head into the weekend. We'll keep the humidity around as well. Now, these are the heat index values in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. We're not expecting to have a prolonged period of 104 to 105 in your heat index, which would prompt the heat advisory. So that's why we don't have a heat advisory today. But it's still going to feel like triple digits for a lot of us for most of the afternoon before some of those showers and storms start to move in. So our HD radar is still pretty quiet right now, not really picking up much of anything. Couple of showers and storms already firing along the frontal boundary to the west of us. Pittsburgh up into the Great Lakes region on the other side of the Appalachians as well. So that's the cold front that's going to be moving in, and we have that potential for severe weather, which is why the Storm Prediction Center has all of this area here in yellow on that slight risk for severe weather. It covers parts of New York and Pennsylvania down through Maryland, Virginia, and West Virginia, even through D.C. And you can see that slight risk is right here at home. So that's a 2 on a scale of 1 to 5, which is why we put the weather alert into play today. Most of us along the 95 corridor into the east will not see as much action. That's why we have that marginal risk for the eastern shore later this afternoon. This is our hourly future scan. So again, you can see through noon, the clouds are not even building yet. We'll have the heat and humidity that will be building. And then as we take you into that 3, 4, and 5 o'clock hour, that's when some of those storms are going to fire from Frederick. Moving up toward parts of Carroll County, could see a pretty decent amount of showers and storms for you in Carroll County and even northern Baltimore County by about 6 p.m. down through parts of Howard County and Columbia in that 6 o'clock hour. Then watch what happens as that system moves through. This is the 7 o'clock hour right around Baltimore City and County up toward Cockeysville. But notice most of of us in Hartford and Anne Arundel and down to the east, not seeing a lot of that action for the storms. With the storms and the severe threats, it'll mainly be some damaging wind gusts and some heavy rain at times, not necessarily a hail or tornadic threat. So as the kids head out to the bus stop, should be good to go this morning and even into the afternoon, because those storms are going to be after those kids are already home from the bus stop. But temperatures still in the mid to upper 90s. Check these numbers out across Carroll and Baltimore counties. Westminster, Eldersburg, Hereford zone in the low to mid 90s. 97 again in Towson, 97 as well in Baltimore City. We did hit 100 officially yesterday, and a lot of you were feeling those 100-degree temperatures. Mid 90s continue for a lot of you in Howard and Anne Arundel counties as well. And even up and down the 95 corridor, still that heat is with us for at least one more day, or at least that extreme heat. Now tomorrow, we'll still have to deal with some temperatures in the 90s, a few more showers and storms more widespread through the area. Saturday, we have some spotty showers. Sunday looks to be a bit rainy too for the Ravens home opener, but then by next week, we'll see less in that rainfall and temperatures that finally come back to the 80s.
All right, Justin, thank you. Happening today, the Ravens will be celebrating the start of the 2023 NFL season.
It is here. They are calling it the Countdown to Kickoff. It will be hosted at Power Plant Live starting at 6 tonight. Tickets are $15. There's some still available to buy right now. It will feature a live performance by the All-American Rejects, as well as appearances by Ravens legends, cheerleaders, Poe, and so much more.
We want you to show us how you are celebrating football's return leading up to the game this weekend. Scan the QR code right there on your screen or go to foxbaltimore.com/chime in. Select the Purple Pride tab to send us your game day pictures and videos.
And make sure you keep watching us this morning, because Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is going to join us live with how the Ravens are preparing for the upcoming season.
And witness magic both on and off the court. Still ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, a member of the Harlem Wizards will join us in studio with how he is contributing to the community. Plus, he's going to teach us a few basketball tricks.
I wonder if he could spin the ball and drink a cup of coffee at the same time.
I don't know. That's how to make it a slam dunk of a Thursday morning. Time for a coffee break. Making headlines this morning, the U.S. will provide another $1 billion in military and humanitarian aid to Ukraine.
It is coming from funding that's already approved by Congress.
About $175 million will be in the form of weapons from Pentagon stockpiles. Another $100 million will come in grants to purchase more arms and equipment.
More than $800 million will be used for humanitarian aid, law enforcement, combating corruption, and clearing mines. Blinken met with Ukraine's foreign minister as well as staff from the U.S. Embassy and sat down with President Volodymyr Zelensky.
Ukraine has taken back more than 50% of the territory that Russia has seized from it since February of 2022. In the current counteroffensive, we are seeing real progress over the last few weeks.
This is Blinken's fourth trip to Ukraine since the start of the invasion. It was overshadowed by a deadly attack at a civilian marketplace. Officials say 17 people were killed, dozens of others hurt.
In the meantime, concerns over government spending continue to grow.
A watchdog group says the federal budget deficit is expected to nearly double to $2 trillion for the 2023 fiscal year.
This comes as predictions also show interest on the national debt alone will cost the federal government more than spending on defense and several entitlement programs.
Dee Gatton with the National Desk has more.
A shutdown is unnecessary.
While lawmakers continue to negotiate to avoid a government shutdown,
we need to keep the lights on.
The nonpartisan Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget now ringing alarm bells over the deficit, telling the Washington Post it will, quote, basically double from 2022 to 2023, which should prompt a serious evaluation of federal policy going forward. The group also predicting the interest alone on the national debt, which sits around $33 trillion, is on track to cost more than both defense and entitlement spending.
The interest payments are climbing, now becoming the largest item in our budget.
And the debt continues to grow thanks to a $1 trillion budget deficit in fiscal year 2022, though that's down from $3 trillion at the height of the pandemic.
Deficits from year to year can be volatile, but the reality is the president has a real plan, as we've laid out multiple times, to reduce the deficit.
Former chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors, Jason Furman, who served under President Obama, believes there are a couple of things the government could do: raise taxes and cut spending.
Tax cuts for high-income families have been one of the contributors, one of the reasons we have this large deficit. And so we need to reverse those. I think we can also look at some, smart, well-designed spending reforms.
Deficit concerns could continue to complicate negotiations within a deeply divided Congress over funding federal agencies for fiscal year 2024.
What we should do is quit adding more debt. We need to quit spending, and really we don't need to be sending money to Ukraine that we have to borrow from China.
Lawmakers have until September 30th to pass spending legislation or agree to a short-term measure to keep the government running. I'm Dee Gatton reporting.
The clock is ticking. That is the message from the head of the United Auto Workers to Detroit automakers ahead of next week's contract deadline.
UAW union workers plan to go on strike if a new agreement is not reached by then. They allege that General Motors, Stellantis and Ford have seen significant gains to their bottom lines, but that has not been passed on to the workers.
They're demanding a 46% pay raise, a 32-hour work week with 40 hours of pay, traditional pensions for new hires, and more.
And so, this is our time to after a decade of hard work by our members and massive profits, and continued massive profits, $21 billion in the first 6 months of this year between the big three, our workers deserve their share of equity in this, and they're not getting it.
Ford has offered a 15% increase package that it calls generous. GM and Stellantis have expressed frustration with the union's bargaining tactics.
Contracts expire at the end of the day next Thursday.
The race for Baltimore mayor is beginning to take shape. Coming up, the candidates that have thrown their names into the ring, plus a breakdown of Mayor Scott's controversies during his time in office.
It's been just over 2 months since the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting. Coming up next, details on the meeting happening today for residents to hold city leaders accountable.
And our temperatures are going to be hot once again, more humidity, but today we throw in thunderstorms, and that's why we are weather alert. We'll break it down for you right here on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Fox 45 Morning News is weather alert as we track a round of showers and even strong storms expected to move through our region this afternoon and evening.
In the big box there on the left, you're taking a look at the HD Weather Authority radar. Then on the right, some pretty shots there. You're seeing live looks from the Inner Harbor, Towson, the sun coming up. Things are calm for now. Good morning on this Thursday, September 7th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Tom Rogers is off this morning, and you saw the sign. It's still going to be hot today, too.
It is. No relief just yet. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with the forecast.
I know, I'd love to say we're just going to be cool again today, but that's not the case. We had 100 degrees yesterday. First time we've hit the triple digits officially in 3+ years. And for today, we'll be back to the upper 90s. So, yeah, that sun looks nice. It is calm. It's just warm and muggy already this morning. And the weather alert day is for that potential for some of those storms to develop, especially after about 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon and into the 7 and 8 o'clock hour tonight. So really, that's when things get more active. That is going to be the cold front that will change up our weather pattern into the weekend. Low to mid 70s for Cockeysville and Owings Mills right now, 76 in Woodlawn, 74 in Baltimore, 77 in Essex and Middle River. So if you are going to be out for a run or a jog next couple of hours, still staying on the warmer side of things. We'll top out, though, at 97. This will be the 5th day in a row with temperatures above 96, essentially, with those upper 90s that have continued. But overall, heading to the weekend, we'll finally see some relief, and we'll actually get some more rain because we've been very dry as well. More on all of that coming up in a few. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Out on the roads, we've got your Len Stoller Traffic Network here. We've got a live look at some of the cameras around the region. We had some crashes earlier. They've now been cleared. No issues to report here at this hour.
7:02, and now to the latest on the 2024 race for Baltimore City Mayor. Sheila Dixon says she is running. That's according to an op-ed posted in the Baltimore Sun this morning. And make sure you stay with Fox 45 News. We are going to speak with her in just about 15 minutes from now at 7:15 to talk more about her announcement and her plans for the city.
Fox 45 News, meantime, taking voters' concerns directly to Mayor Brandon Scott. We asked, why should people trust him to get crime under control?
Now this morning, Shannon Lilly is joining us live in studio with his comments as he says he is also running again. And now we see the challengers beginning to throw their hats in the ring and apply just a little bit of pressure there, Shannon.
Yeah, absolutely, Patrice. And this morning, we do expect to learn more on former Mayor Sheila Dixon's announcement. Like you guys said, she's going to be here live in our studio in our 7 o'clock hour, so in just 15 minutes to discuss her run. And she did hint previously at her intentions during an interview just months ago. Take a listen.
I know I can make a tremendous difference in the city.
So we spoke with political analyst John Deedy, who says Dixon still has a strong support base of voters. He also believes the crime war could make or break this race. Dixon's term saw historic drops in the city's homicide rate. But later on in the 2020 primary, Dixon lost to Mayor Brandon Scott by a little more than 2,000 votes. Mayor Scott is now seeking re-election, and yesterday he was making his case.
I ran on making sure that we were going to reduce violent crime in Baltimore. Homicides are down 20%. Shootings are down 10%. That is not the case for many major cities.
This also comes as 2 more candidates could be stepping in this race. At a community meeting in West Baltimore Tuesday night, Bob Wallace told the crowd he's exploring another run for mayor. You'll remember he formerly ran as an independent. This time, though, he's running as a Democrat. And on talk radio, Baltimore teacher Wendy Bozell announcing she, too, has become a Democrat and she's running for mayor.
I'm a Baltimore City teacher, and I'm running for mayor because I know exactly what needs to be done to help the city, and we first have to start with education.
And I think running as an independent, I think there were situations where people could not hear my message, and I felt that it was important to remove all the barriers so that the voters of Baltimore could hear my ideas and could hear the vision that I have for the city.
Now, of course, we will continue to follow this race closely as it just continues to heat up. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Patrice.
Well, as the mayor pointed out, homicides and non-fatal shootings are down, and he says it is because of his crime-fighting strategy. But Maryland U.S. Attorney Eric Barron points to his new partnership with City State's Attorney Ivan Bates.
We think it's clear, and the data demonstrates that it's because we're working as a team. We're working collaboratively. We're being more focused about following the money on those who commit violent acts in our communities. Many of those violent acts are driven by money, whether it be illegal drugs or drug trafficking.
Well, while homicides and non-fatal shootings are down this year, the reductions are not what the mayor originally promised. The mayor had vowed to reduce homicides by 15% each year of his term, getting the city below 300 homicides in his first year as mayor. But he fell short of that promise. Plus, juvenile crime is skyrocketing, and auto thefts are up more than 200% compared to this time last year. There's also criticism for the state of City Hall. Almost a dozen key agencies are without permanent leaders. The acting police commissioner will have his confirmation hearing on September 21st, more than 3 months after he was nominated. The confirmation hearing for the acting fire chief will be held on that same day. That department has been without a permanent leader for almost a year. The Department of Health, Public Works, and Monzi are also without permanent leaders.
Mayor Scott has faced a number of controversies during his time in office. The mayor and the Board of Estimates that the mayor appoints approved a controversial BGE conduit deal earlier this year. It gives broad control of the city's underground infrastructure to the company. The city's comptroller and council president set out of that meeting in protest to try to stop the vote. Critics said that the deal was rushed and they questioned the legality of it.
Late last year, the mayor raised eyebrows when he accepted a $5,000 campaign donation from longtime city contractor J.P. Grant. Days after accepting the contribution, the city's Board of Estimates approved a $12 million contract with a company connected to Grant. And the entire time Scott has been in office, Fox 45 News has had a hard time getting straight answers from him. He often shuts down our reporters or walks away.
But why make it?
Next.
Mayor Scott, how do you plan to delineate, I guess, the squeegee kids?
I'm going to delineate by telling you when we put out the strategy, as we just talked about before. You're not going to get a different answer. We have a process. We're sticking to it. Watch your back. Don't walk into the truck.
If you have a process, why was it leaked to WBAL?
See you later.
Next question. Anybody else?
I have one more.
Thank you, everybody.
Well, we want you to join the conversation. For city residents, if the election were held today, who would you vote for mayor of Baltimore? Mayor Scott, Sheila Dixon, Bob Wallace, or someone else? So far, 64% of people who voted say someone else. You can weigh in at foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Again, make sure you are watching Fox 45 Morning News after the break. Sheila Dixon will join us live to talk about her future as she announces she is running for mayor. She's going to talk about the changes she wants to see in Baltimore and the news conference she's having later today. Again, you can watch that live interview right here on Fox 45 News after the break. Happening today, Mayor Brandon Scott plans to hear from you about the Brooklyn Day mass shooting.
This comes just over 2 months after the deadly shooting killed 2 people, injuring 28 others. Last week, the city released an after-action report of how it handled the shooting.
Olivia Dance joining us live now outside police headquarters with details of tonight's meeting. Olivia.
Megan and Patrice, the meeting is happening tonight at 6 at Baybrook Elementary Middle School. And as you mentioned, it comes after that 173-page after-action report was released. In the report, the Baltimore Police Department admitting it made mistakes.
Let me tell you what happens when you don't protect and serve. My daughter ends up in an urn in my living room. Do you understand me? You showed up to work that day, but you did not work. You failed.
That was Crystal Gonzalez. Her daughter, 18-year-old Aaliyah Gonzalez, was one of 2 people shot and killed during the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting. She's calling for a deeper review after the city released its after-action report. The report found the city failed to properly prepare and protect the hundreds of people attending the Brooklyn Homes block party that night. So far, police have made 4 arrests, including a 14-year-old suspect arrested at school. But none of the suspects arrested so far are directly charged with the 2 murders. Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley vowing an arrest will come, saying their detectives are working around the clock. Now, Mayor Scott says tonight's community meeting is an opportunity for Brooklyn Homes residents and neighbors to engage with city leaders, and he says it's the next step towards accountability and healing following the mass shooting. For now, reporting live outside Baltimore Police Headquarters, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Here is a look at the stories making headlines this hour. Maryland State Superintendent using encrypted messaging apps for state business. Still ahead, the latest findings from Project Baltimore as we investigate the decision to shield school performance information from the public.
And after the break, we are joined in studio by former Mayor Sheila Dixon as she announces she is running for mayor of Baltimore, the changes she wants to see in the city. It is 7:10 and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Some breaking news here this morning. Sheila Dixon announcing that she is running for Baltimore City Mayor in 2024, and that's according to an op-ed that she wrote in the Baltimore Sun.
And she is joining us now live in studio with more on today's announcement. Good morning, welcome.
Good morning, thanks for having me.
All right, let's jump right in. Why do you want to be mayor?
People stop me every day with problems and issues. Let me say this, I love my private life, but I love the people and I love this city. And right now we need accountability, we need leadership, we need management. We need to be able to tackle these tough issues that are not being done. We've got to go after, we've got to deal with crime. Our neighborhoods and communities don't feel safe. Yes, crime is going down, but we can even do better. Mm-hmm. I've shown that we can do better. We've got to go after the illegal guns on the street. We've got to get a handle on our juveniles. We've got to have accountability. We've got to be aggressive in recruiting and retaining police officers. Our officers, and I say this all the time, have to, even if we have a shortage, their presence in the neighborhood and communities and businesses are important. You've got to walk the beat. not for 5 seconds. Get out of the cars, talk to folks in the community, talk to the businesses, hear what their concerns are as we do that. And I know that we can make a difference. Number 2, education, accountability. The mayor appoints the school board with the exception of 2 individuals. We have to mandate accountability. We've got to bring all the stakeholders together, and we have to have our school board step up and make sure that our schools are functioning. People leave the city because of education, because of crime, because of high taxes. And last but not least is we've got to provide fundamental services to our citizens. Trash have to be picked up. Water bills have to be addressed. And it's going to take someone who doesn't mind tackling. And all of us, we have great mayors who have many plans, but how do we implement those plans? How do we attract talented people who are willing to work with you in order to get this accomplished? And that's it.
We saw your post in the Baltimore Sun, the op-ed. Are you officially announcing that you are running for mayor of Baltimore?
Yes, I'm officially announcing at 11 o'clock today, and where I started my political career in the Druid Heights community, really to show an example of when you work on a project and trying to rebuild and revitalize a community, you've got to continue to build on that. It's now in the 3rd phase after 15 years. That whole area should be vibrant and different than what it is today. And it's going to take someone who has the management ability and the skills. Last but not least, people who work for city government, who work for the taxpayers. I'm a taxpayer. We need them back in the office. We need them back to work so people can come to City Hall, go to the agencies. Everybody's not going to go online. Everybody's not going to see what's happening by going on an app. You need to be able to interact with people on a daily basis.
You're hitting on a lot of the points that you would address as mayor. In conversations with you over the years, back in 2021, you said that you didn't think that the city had a clear, concise crime plan. We're 2 years away from that now. Do you still feel the same?
Part of why I supported Ivan Bates in this last election is because I know what it takes and what it's like to have a state's attorney working in partnership. We have a new sheriff in town. The sheriff's department was very intricately involved in our crime plan. The Criminal Coordinating Council, not just made up of certain entities of public safety, the judges are not part of that criminal coordinating piece. That's a key element. We've got to take the politics out of it, bring those folks together, look at where we're weak, where we're strong, and work together. That's a big piece of that, on top of making sure, because the money's there. I mean, if I had the money back then that they have now, I mean, we would have accomplished even more. But we can't continue to waste and we can't continue to make excuses. And I'm not saying that, yes, crime is going down, but juveniles, we've got to address. Early on, when cars were being stolen, several months ago, 500 a month or whatever the number was. We needed to tackle it then before it got out of control. Same thing with carjacking. You got to get at it at the very beginning.
You mentioned some of the roles within city leadership. If you are elected mayor, would you keep Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley in his role? So Richard Worley was a sergeant or lieutenant when I was mayor. I really don't have a relation. I don't know him. It's not about the person at this point. It's about implementing plans that can work and sustain itself long term. That's what Baltimore needs to be. I don't want to compare us to any other city. We need to focus on Baltimore, sustaining it, making changes that are going to last, because this is a great city. We have everything that it takes to be successful.
We have talked about safe streets extensively, and that was something that was implemented under you. Over the course of the years that followed, there have been a lot of questions about safe streets. People don't understand how it works, who the workers are. We've seen some of the workers are actually convicted felons and have records behind them. The way you see it implemented now, are you still in support of safe streets?
To be honest with you, the way I see it now as well, it needs to be assessed because I'm not sure the direction of what Safe Streets has become. It's always been utilizing individuals who were part of that culture to be able to go back into their community and be able to work in that community, to be those ears and eyes, to be able to not work for the police, but to get to those individuals and work with them. I'm not sure if that same system is operating. I do believe that the budget, not necessarily the staff, but I believe that it needs to be more transparent than what it is, and I'm not sure why it's not. And so, you know, again, you've got to assess so many programs. Things that are working, that are effective, I always believe in building on that. It's like CityStat. That was a tool that we use in order to manage and administer and to look at what's working and what's not working.
You mentioned assess it, you know, with some of the issues that Patrice was just mentioning. Does Safe Streets need to be investigated?
I think Safe Streets needs to be investigated. I think that the administrators also need to be looked at, and looking at the budget, looking at what happened. I mean, Brooklyn is a prime example. There were individuals at that event. So, no, definitely, I think it does.
Let's go back to, you mentioned State's Attorney Ivan Bates and your support of him. So as mayor, working alongside him to bring down the crime numbers, what does that look like?
I'm not going to put a number on it. I'm not going to put a percentage of it. You know, I've been out of this game inside of city government for a number of years, but in talking to individuals who are part of the police department, former police officers, and talking to the cops on the beat, and looking at what's going on in communities to prevent crime. I mean, those are factors. We've got to do training. He mentioned about the citations and police department, police officers not writing those citations. A light bulb went off. State's Attorney Pat Jessamy, I remember, she said to me, your police officers are not writing reports. We need to take them to a training class. She created a training class that helped those officers. I called Ivan and said, Ivan, put together a training class for those officers to know how to write those citations. That's what it's going to take. I said, utilize the sheriff's department, utilize the police, the school police. So, you know, all of those are just part of it.
And just following up on that, many of the state's attorneys throughout our area, as we have reported, have problems with the juvenile justice reform laws. They don't like the Juvenile Offender Act, and they don't like the Child Interrogation Protection Act. Specifically, they've said that their hands are tied because of that. Does there need to be a special session to address that, or how do you handle those going forward?
Well, at this point in September, I doubt if there is going to be a special session, but I believe that the legislators at the Senate and the House of Delegates need to meet with those state's attorneys and really assess those laws, because juveniles have to be accountable. You know, we worked closely with the Secretary of Juvenile Services when I was mayor. We created a mentor program where we went inside of the facility to work with them. So I believe that you got to sit down. Let's face it. You know, I'm not saying that we lock up everybody. That's not what I'm saying. But we've got the resources. Where's the disconnect? If that person is on a monitor, why isn't someone following that individual? Who's on that monitor to make sure that they're doing what they need to do?
And we've seen a lot of that come up with the Brooklyn Day. The kids were being monitored, but still at
keep in mind, all of those kids, the majority of the kids that ended up being injured to trauma from that day came from Cherry Hill. So we're talking about other neighborhoods that also need to be addressed along with Brooklyn. And in our schools, we need to look at our universities and colleges and provide mental health services within those schools to help those young people and families. Kids face trauma today that we've never experienced before.
In the midst of this crime crisis that we're seeing here, clearly that extends into the classroom, residents are saying they're not being heard. They're trying to contact city employees for vital services and getting no responses. Can you fix this? What would you do?
Oh, yeah. Well, day one, you're going to come back to work, and we're going to assess each of those agencies. I mean, I am a big advocate of making sure we provide quality services, fundamental basic services. I know the frustration when I call on behalf of a company that I'm working with or an issue that I'm trying to deal with. So I know what it takes. People have to go back to work. People have to realize people in the city pay a lot of taxes. If you work for government, you work for the citizens of Baltimore.
Those citizens of Baltimore are struggling in the classroom as well. I know we talked about some of the education issues. 2022 MCAP test results showing 23 schools in Baltimore City had not one child proficient in math. When things fail in the city, we see leadership changes. There's a change in mayor. There's a change in police commissioner. You see that leadership change. But in Baltimore City Schools, that CEO has been the same for several years through all of this. Why?
Right now, the school system is getting a lot of money. I think we're number 4 per pupil in the country. We should have one of the top school systems. I'm a former educator. We've got to make sure that the school board, who is the controlling entity, is doing their job. The mayor appoints that school board, except for 2 elected individuals. So my question is, what's going on? You don't even hear from them. Where's the accountability? After COVID, we might need to reassess, might have to have a longer day for young people in the schools, might need to go more months of the year. You know, I just believe we got to do things differently, and we got to have accountability. And you have to be able to tackle and challenge that. And that's part of what I know that I do, and my passion and love.
And that would change the makeup of the board. You think if you were elected, you might make some different decisions on who's on it? On who's on it, the accountability in the school system. Also, I was always involved in the school system. Just because the school is separate from city government, we help to fund, the state helps to fund. That doesn't mean that I'm not going to have a say on what's going on in those schools, because our kids are the future. We've got to put everything into them that we can to make them better, to help them.
It's a good thing the kids can't vote, though. They're not going to want you to say longer days and more months.
Hey, but you know what? Whatever it's going to take.
So Project Baltimore just went to a school in Maryland that has it's a rural school where the students there, 100% of them live in poverty, but those students are testing higher than some schools in Maryland. So then the question becomes, does that undermine the argument that children in lower performing or impoverished areas cannot accomplish, they cannot achieve? Or is it that adults are just not expecting enough of them, not pouring enough into them?
Well, one, I would go and look at what they're doing and what we're not doing in our schools. Number 2, you still have to have accountability, and all children can learn. Everyone learns at a different level. And you have to look individually at each child to determine their style of learning. You know, you have to look at the makeup of the family, how we can get parents and guardians involved in those children's education. For the last 2 years, I've been doing some things with a couple schools, and just to see that they have to provide incentives to get parents to get their kids to school. And of course, it took me back a minute, and I'm like, huh? But if that's what it's gonna take, we've gotta work with those families. Community schools are so important to help provide those services. Charter schools work. Choice, for me, I think is important for kids to be able to use that money to go to another school if that's what it's going to take.
So parent choice, you would support that, and going parochial, private?
Whatever it takes, because keep in mind, parents and families want the best for their children. We all do. They are going to be the ones that run this city and this state and this country. So we've got to provide the best. There were 1 million people in Baltimore City. I was on shifts at Northwestern High School for several years because of the population. And 99.9% of those kids at that time, we graduated off that stage. And everybody had a plan of action. Everybody didn't go to college. People in the workforce, military, trade, people had a plan. Kids come out today, don't even have a plan.
In the op-ed this morning, you spoke a lot about the situation that ended your time as mayor, and you said, I hope the people realize my love for the future of Baltimore outweighs the mistakes of my past.
It does.
What do you want people to know?
What I want people to know is some feel that I did not apologize or I hadn't apologized enough. I mean, I've learned from my mistakes. I want people to give me another chance. I know that I'm going to have to gain people's trust. I try to be the most transparent, truthful, honest person that there is. And people will just have to, you know, see the results. A lot of times it's not a matter of saying it, it's a matter of your actions behind it.
Candidate for Baltimore City Mayor Sheila Dixon, thanks for coming in.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We are weather alert on this Thursday morning. Welcome back. 7:32 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. We are tracking a round of showers, even strong storms moving through our region here this afternoon and into the evening.
Let's get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got a look at the forecast.
And we still have to deal with heat and humidity before we even get to some of those storms this afternoon. Another day with temperatures well above average. Won't be breaking records today, but we're talking upper 90s for the 5th day in a row here in Baltimore. You can already kind of see that haze that's out there as we look out over the stadiums. We know it'll be rocking on Sunday over there at M&T Bank. Maybe some rain for that Ravens home opener, and then the O's are coming back next week on Monday. So a hot and humid day. The weather alert day is for some of those strong storms. After about 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon, that's when we'll have the chance for some of those storms to move into the area and could impact your evening commute. But low to mid 70s is where we are as you step out right now. Definitely warm and muggy for your run or your jog. Yeah, you're getting that sweat on. There's no doubt about that. Keeping those temperatures in the 70s for the next few hours. We'll top out at 97 today, back to the lower 90s tomorrow, and then back to the 80s on Saturday. So finally some cooler temperatures by the weekend. We'll take a closer look at all of this coming up with my full forecast in just a few.
7:33 and topping your election 2024 news, longtime Democrat and former Mayor Sheila Dixon announces she is running for mayor.
If you were with us just a few minutes ago, you saw her sitting down with us right here in studio talking about that decision.
Let's get right over to Shannon Lilly. She's got more. Shannon.
Yeah, guys, as you all know, the 2024 race for mayor certainly is getting more interesting as former Mayor Sheila Dixon confirms another run. Dixon believes she can make an impact on the city. In fact, here's why she says she's running again.
People stop me every day with problems and issues. Let me say this, I love my private life, but I love the people and I love this city. And right now we need accountability, we need leadership, we need management. We need to be able to tackle these tough issues that are not being done.
Goes on to say if elected as mayor, she will focus on 3 key areas, and that includes reducing crime, improving education, and making sure citizens get fundamental services like their trash picked up. Dixon, you'll remember, was previously elected as mayor in 2007. Her term saw historic drops in the city's homicide rate, but her tenure came to an abrupt halt when she was forced to resign after pleading guilty to a misdemeanor embezzlement charge. Then in the 2020 primary, Dixon lost to Mayor Brandon Scott by a little more than 2,000 votes. Of course, we'll continue to follow what plays out ahead of the 2024 race very closely. In fact, at 11 this morning, Dixon will be holding a press conference. We'll bring that to you live on our Fox 45 News midday. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Megan?
All right, Shannon, thank you. Coming up, our taxpayer advocate will be talking about the fiscal issues that the next mayor of Baltimore City will be facing.
And we are weather alert this morning due to potentially strong storms in our region this afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking down the timing. He's got that all in his full Weather Authority forecast. 7:35, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
cell phone messages sent through an encrypted app and never meant to be seen by the public are now shedding light on what has been happening at the Maryland State Department of Education.
As Project Baltimore's Chris Papps explains, those messages appear to support concerns over the superintendent's leadership, transparency, and creation of a toxic workplace culture.
Mr. Superintendent, have you ever used the Signal application in commission of your job?
This is Maryland State Superintendent of Schools, Mohammed Chaudhry, at a recent state school board meeting.
I have no comment. Thank you much. Appreciate it. Thank you. For my job, well.
Signal is an encrypted messaging app which allows users to set a timer to automatically delete messages. The software, found in the App Store on most smartphones, is marketed as having privacy at its core.
You've never used Signal for your job?
Thank you. The state superintendent told us on the record, publicly, that he does not use the Signal app for his job. But these screenshots suggest otherwise. Project Baltimore obtained these screenshots of conversations between Chaudhry and high-ranking employees within the Maryland State Department of Education. Each one is a Signal message sent by Mohammed Chaudhry to at least one high-level MSDE employee whose name we are concealing. We received multiple text threads, which the source says were sent between late 2021 and 2022. Chaudhry's name is right there, along with his picture. This phone number, which we blurred, is registered to the superintendent. In these messages, Chaudhry certainly appears to be talking about work. Take a look at this screenshot. You can see Chaudhry set the disappearing message timer to 1 hour, which applies to select messages. Chaudhry writes, all of that teacher assignment stuff is too much. In this Signal message, Chaudhry tells an employee a project needs a lot of work, saying, as of now, I'm not even close to greenlighting anything there. Here, Chaudhry appears to berate his employee, saying, what feels like a waste of time is telling me last minute we are changing survey links when I told you I didn't want to do this. The employee responds, I don't understand what you see the issue to be. Chaudhry replies, I'll make it easy for you guys. You're not changing it. It's staying as is. Don't meet with me today. Done. That's a directive. Employee, so cancel the Qualtrics license? Chaudhry, yes, I don't give a about Qualtrics at this point. Qualtrics is a data analytics platform used by MSDE. That sounds like work. So why would the superintendent use an encrypted messaging app
as well as
that auto-deletes his conversations about work? If messages are sent through Signal, parents and taxpayers cannot see what's being said by their state superintendent about public schools. On August 3rd, Project Baltimore filed a public records request for Signal app data on the cell phone of Mohammed Chaudhry. This is what we got back. MSDE replied, there are no documents or records responsive to your request. That's probably because, as far as we can tell, the Signal app is not on Chaudhry's state-issued phone. This phone number is his personal number, meaning the state superintendent is using an app to encrypt and erase messages about state business on his personal cell phone. So we followed up with Chaudhry in an email, asking him to explain the screenshots and why he told us he never used Signal for his job. His answer has now changed. In a statement, Chaudhry said he used the encrypted messaging app with family and friends. He went on to say he used the app to communicate personal messages with one senior member of his team, adding, despite my repeated directives to not message me any official agency business-related matters through the Signal application, this individual continued to try to do so. But is that true? Take a look at this Signal message. You can see it says member SPCI under Chaudhry's name. SPCI, according to our source, stands for Strategic Planning and Continuous Improvement, a group chat including at least 3 MSDE employees communicating through Signal. This is a thread from that group chat. You can see Chaudhary initiates the conversation, even adding employees to the group. And this discussion is not personal. It's about Maryland Leads, a state grant program that helps schools spend federal funds.
Mr. Superintendent, have you ever used the Signal application and commission of your job?
I have no comment. Thank you much. Appreciate it. Thank you. For my job?
Well, you've never used Signal for your job?
Thank you.
The state superintendent's contract expires in June 2024. The State Board of Education, in just 2 weeks, will have to vote on whether or not to offer him a new contract. That vote has already been delayed for 2 months amid these serious concerns over transparency and allegations of a toxic workplace culture. Project Baltimore will keep you updated as the situation unfolds. I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
.647, former Mayor Sheila Dixon announced on our air this morning that she is looking to hold that position once again. She will officially throw her hat into the mayoral race at a news conference later this morning. Spokesperson for the community group Peace, Eurypsy Morgan, is joining us this morning with reaction to the announcement. Good morning.
Good morning.
So Sheila Dixon looking to be mayor again. What do you think about that?
Listen, Peace is not going to particularly take a position on a particular candidate, but I can tell you that we are, we've been doing a tour of all the 14 council districts across the city, and at every single place that we have been, every single town hall we have been, there has been a call for change. People are frustrated with what's going on, and they are looking for somebody different.
Without taking a position on whether which person you all would be in favor of, let's talk about her record, since this is the person who's come out this morning. When she was mayor, looking at what she was able to do then, how do you think that would now work for the citizens of Baltimore? Would she be impactful? Could she make a difference?
Well, I'll tell you this, one of the things that we have heard, aside from the obvious, right, the crime, the violence, the shootings, the carjackings, one of the biggest frustrations from residents that we constantly hear are the quality of life issues. Things like trash not being picked up, things like recycling not even happening on a regular basis, or school, issues about school. And I think that that's one thing that people have leaned on the former mayor about. Well, the trash got picked up on time. You know, there was a sense of order, there was a sense of calm, there was a sense that there is an adult in the room. And I think that people are still looking for that.
She said she was, in fact, the one who started the single stream recycling and had trash picked up every week, and that people still come to her now and ask her, how do I get my trash picked up? One of the other things we talked about, and as you said, you know, crime is often top of mind for people, safe streets. It came to Baltimore under her. She was the one that implemented that, but asking her about it now and how it plays out now, would she be in favor of it? And she says she thinks it needs to be assessed.
And you'll hear that from residents all over the city. That's actually one of the #1 issues that we hear, aside from the crime and the quality of life issues, is the frustration that residents have with the Safe Streets program when they see the doors closed, when they hear or even see rumors of Safe Streets workers maybe engaging in activities that they shouldn't be engaging in. And the fact that this was started under Mayor Sheila Dixon, but that it was a very, very different program from where it was today, I think people are welcoming somebody who was willing to come in and make the necessary changes.
Now, she did not say whether or not she would stick with Commissioner Richard Worley if she is in that new position. She said it's less about the person, but more about the position and holding whoever is there accountable. Does that jive?
You know, and I think that's absolutely the right approach to take, because this is not a personal issue. It never should have been a personal issue, right? In either of these positions, from mayor to the commissioner, police commissioner, it's about the position and the job and who is best suited to do that job. And I'm glad to hear that we have candidates who are looking at these positions in that way.
She is asking people, the people of Baltimore, for a second chance. She says, I know how my term ended when I was mayor. I've learned from my mistakes. I have a heart for Baltimore, a love for Baltimore. Will people find it in their hearts to give her that second chance?
You know, I think unfortunately, because of how rough things have been over the last, say, almost decade in Baltimore City, it has been a pretty tough go for Baltimore over the last 10 years. And I do think that people will be willing to say, look, what was life like under this particular administration versus what is life like today? And, you know, anybody who ignores the quality of life issues does so at their peril.
All right, Euripsy, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers with our weather alert.
Yeah, good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone. So heat and humidity, we're going to do that again today. And then this afternoon into the evening, we have that potential for some strong to severe thunderstorms. The timing after about 4, 5 o'clock into about the 7 and 8 o'clock hour tonight. We'll show you the exact timing in our future scan in just a moment. Right now, plenty of sunshine. It is already muggy out there. You can see the stadiums looking good. Of course, Ravens at M&T Bank this Sunday, and could be dealing with some rain showers for that game and possibly a couple of thunderstorms. But as the O's come back next week, we were looking for drier weather and cooler weather too. It's already 74 at BWI. Notice that humidity at 91%. Dew points in the lower 70s. We're going to keep those dew points in that miserable category. So lots of moisture all the way through the weekend. However, the air temperature is going to come down, so not as much of an issue with the heat index. That heat index value today, it's still going to hang out in the low to mid 100s, 102, 103, 104. That's what it will feel like in that 2 and 3 o'clock hours. So again, another hot and humid afternoon. Even though we're not breaking records, we'll have our 5th day in a row with temperatures in the upper 90s. HD radar is all quiet right now. You can see this is the cold front just to the west of us. Already starting to see a couple of showers and thunderstorms develop along that front. And that front's going to move closer to us as we head toward the afternoon. That's why millions of people under that yellow, which is a slight risk for severe weather. That's 2 on a scale of 1 to 5. Now, notice pretty much all of us here in Baltimore City and County under that slight risk. Once you get east of 95, it's down to a marginal risk for folks on the eastern shore. Here's our hourly future scan. So again, hot and humid. This is noon. We'll start to see those clouds build in that 3, 4, and 5 o'clock hour. Seeing some showers develop in Frederick, moving into Carroll County by about 6 p.m. and then into Baltimore County at 7 p.m. as well. Over to Baltimore City, moving out of here by about 8 p.m. And some of these storms could bring damaging wind gusts and some heavy rain at times. So not all of us will get the storms today, but either way, our weather alert is in effect. 97 for our high, lower 90s tomorrow, finally 80s as we head into the weekend.
All right, Justin, thank you. Alley-oop and score. In our 9 o'clock hour, we are introducing you to a member of the Harlem Wizards to learn more about their jaw-dropping performances, as well as giving back to the community.
And if you're a hoppy and you know it, clap your hands. There you go. That's a beer lover for you. Why beer lovers across the globe have every reason to celebrate today.
But you know, it's 8 a.m.
It's 8 a.m.
Clap our hands maybe for some coffee.
I'm down for that at any time. It's time for a coffee break.
Trending now, a survey from the American Gaming Association shows 73.5 million Americans are expected to bet on the NFL, a 57.7% increase from last year's survey.
It's so easy to do now. The rapid rise is a result of more states legalizing sports betting in recent years. 34 states have now licensed sports books.
The American Gaming Association says the U.S. sports betting industry has produced more than $250 billion in total wagers since 2018. After the break, our Weather Alert Day coverage continues. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when we can expect rain and potentially strong storms in our region today.
It's been just over 2 months since the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting. Coming up next, details on the meeting happening today for residents to hold city leaders accountable. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
We are taking you into the news right now on Fox 45 Morning News. It's 8 a.m. and here are today's top stories.
Former Mayor Sheila Dixon officially announced her candidacy for mayor. Live on Fox 45 Morning News coming up, the challenges she'll be facing across the city.
Plus, the Brooklyn Homes community will have their chance to make their voices heard to Mayor Scott later today about the deadliest mass shooting in Baltimore's history. Just ahead, we're going to share with you more on what to expect from tonight's meeting.
And we are on weather alert with the threat of severe storms moving into the region later today. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking the forecast and just how hot and humid it is going to be this afternoon.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Thursday, September 7th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. You see it behind us. We're weather alert, not just heat today.
I know. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here talking about the heat and the storm.
Yeah, exactly right, ladies. We got it basically all on the table. No winter weather, but yeah, the heat, humidity, and then the storms this afternoon is what we're talking about. Taking a look outside right now, overall, not too bad. Already hazy and temperatures already climbing again. We're officially almost at 80 degrees at BWI. A hot and humid day, strong storms possible, especially after about 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon into that 8 and 9 o'clock hour tonight. So it's going to be late afternoon into the evening when those storms could be impacting you. We're in the 60s in western Maryland, upper 70s here for a lot of us here right into Baltimore. We're at 80 in Annapolis, but we're still cool in Bel Air at 70, 71 for your temp right now in Chestertown on the eastern shore. Overall, next couple of hours, numbers climb into the 80s here through 10 a.m., almost 90 by 11, and we're on our way to the upper 90s for the 5th day in a row. Should top out about 97. Now, the record for the day is 101, so that record is safe, but 4 record-breaking days and another day in the upper 90s, this is what we have in store for this afternoon. We're back with your full forecast. We'll take you through what we can expect this weekend and if rain's going to impact that Ravens game on Sunday.
Are you officially announcing that you are running for mayor of Baltimore?
Yes, I'm officially announcing at 11 o'clock today. That's what Baltimore needs to be. I don't want to compare us to any other city. We need to focus on Baltimore, sustaining it, making changes that are going to last, because this is a great city. We have everything that it takes to be successful.
Topping your election 2024 news, longtime Democrat and former Mayor Sheila Dixon announces she is running for mayor.
She sat down here in studio just a few minutes ago to talk about that decision.
Let's get right over to Shannon Lilly with more. Shannon.
Yeah, that 2024 race for mayor certainly getting more interesting, guys, as former Mayor Sheila Dixon confirms another run. Dixon believes she can make an impact on the city. In fact, here's why she says she's running again.
People stop me every day with problems and issues. Let me say this, I love my private life, but I love the people and I love this city. And right now we need accountability, we need leadership, we need management. We need to be able to tackle these tough issues that are not being done.
Now, Dixon goes on to say if elected as mayor, she'll focus on 3 key areas, and that includes reducing crime, improving education, and making sure citizens get fundamental services like their trash picked up. Dixon, you'll remember, was previously elected as mayor in 2007. Her term saw historic drops in the city's homicide rate, but her tenure came to an abrupt halt when she was forced to resign after pleading guilty to a misdemeanor embezzlement charge. Then, in the 2020 primary, Dixon lost to Mayor Brandon Scott by a little more than 2,000 votes. We'll continue to follow what plays out ahead of the 2024 race closely. In fact, at 11 this morning, Dixon will be holding a press conference, and we'll bring that to you live on the Fox 45 News midday. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Patrice, Megan.
All right, thank you. As you just heard, as Shannon say, Sheila Dixon ran against Mayor Brandon Scott back in 2020. She lost that primary by just over 2,000 votes. Now, as we come to the end of Mayor Scott's first term in office, we're taking a closer look at the questions and criticisms he could face on the campaign trail.
Mayor Brandon Scott has faced a number of controversies during his time in office. Recently, the conduit deal with BGE. The mayor and his Board of Estimates appoints appointees approved the plan earlier this year, giving broad control of the city's underground network of wires to the company. The city's comptroller and council president sat out of the meeting to try and stop the vote. Critics said the deal was rushed and the legality of the approval process was also questioned. Late last year, the mayor raised eyebrows when he accepted a $5,000 campaign donation from longtime city contractor J.P. Grant. Days after accepting that contribution, the city's Board of Estimates approved a $12 million contract with a company connected to Grant. And the entire time Scott has been in office, Fox 45 News has had a hard time getting straight answers from him. He often shuts down our reporters or walks away.
But why make it?
Next.
Mayor Scott, how do you plan to delineate, I guess, the squeegee kids?
I'm going to delineate by telling you when we put out the strategy, as we just talked about before. You're not going to get a different answer. We have a process. We're sticking to it. Watch your back. Don't walk into the truck.
If you have a process, why was it leaked to WBAL?
See you later.
Next question. Anybody else?
I have one more.
Thank you, everybody.
Well, 1 year ago, a Gonzales poll asked Baltimore City voters if the next election for mayor were held today, would you vote to re-elect Brandon Scott or would you vote for somebody else? Now, at that time, the most popular answer, 45%, was someone else. The other question asked of voters was if they trust Brandon Scott, then City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby, and then Police Commissioner Michael Harrison to protect them. 52% of respondents said no. Mosby was voted out of office. Harrison has since resigned. Now, we want to have you join in on this conversation. For city residents, if the election were held today, who would you vote for Mayor of Baltimore? Mayor Scott, Sheila Dixon, Bob Wallace, or someone else? So far, 65% of people who voted say someone else. You can weigh in at foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Sheila Dixon will have a press conference, a news conference later today at 11. It's going to be held at Gold Street Community Park. You can watch it live right here on Fox 45 News Midday.
It's been just over 2 months since the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting. Coming up next, details on a meeting happening today for residents to hold city leaders accountable.
Former Mayor Sheila Dixon once again announces she is running for mayor. In our next half hour, a political analyst weighs in on the impact of Dixon's decision to run.
Already warm and muggy out there. We're going to heat up this afternoon and then storms for the afternoon and evening. That is why we are weather alert. We'll break down your forecast coming up.
And before we head to break, let's take a look at our Lens Solar traffic network here. We've got a live look here. Let's see what this area is. It looks like we've got some slowdowns there. This is US 29 at Maryland 32. We'll try to figure out what's going on. It looks like a crash maybe in Savage there. We'll get some more information on this and let you know how long it's going to take you. But get a good indication you might want to avoid the area. 8:07 now on Fox 45 Morning News, a local all morning. Happening today, Mayor Brandon Scott plans to hear from you about the Brooklyn Day mass shooting.
This comes just over 2 months after the deadly shooting killed 2 people and injured 28 others. Last week, the city released an after-action report of how it handled the shooting.
Olivia Dance joining us live now outside police headquarters with details on tonight's meeting. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Patrice, the police report was, this obviously comes after the after-action report that you just mentioned, 173 pages long. And tonight's meeting is happening at 6 at Baybrook Elementary Middle School. Now, in that report, the Baltimore Police Department behind me here admitted it made mistakes.
Let me tell you what happens when you don't protect and serve. My daughter ends up in an urn in my living room. Do you understand me? You showed up to work that day, but you did not work. You failed.
That was Crystal Gonzalez. Her daughter, 18-year-old Aaliyah Gonzalez, was one of 2 people shot and killed during the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting. She's calling for a deeper review after the city released its after-action report. The report found the city failed to properly prepare and protect the hundreds of people attending the Brooklyn Homes block party that night. So far, police have made 4 arrests, including a 14-year-old suspect arrested at school. But none of the suspects arrested so far are directly charged with the 2 murders. Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley vowing an arrest will come, saying their detectives are working around the clock. Now, Mayor Scott says tonight's community meeting is an opportunity for Brooklyn Homes residents and neighbors to engage with city leaders. And he says it's the next step towards accountability and healing following the mass shooting. For now, reporting live outside Baltimore Police Headquarters, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Concerns over the state superintendent's leadership topping our next half hour. Fox 45 News Project Baltimore teams examines text messages the superintendent never wanted you to see.
But first, former Mayor Sheila Dixon has officially announced her candidacy to run for mayor. After the break, a taxpayer watchdog will break down some of the fiscal issues facing the next mayor. 8:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Are you officially announcing that you are running for mayor of Baltimore?
Yes, I'm officially announcing at 11 o'clock today.
New this morning, you heard it, former Mayor Sheila Dixon announcing her candidacy for mayor live on Fox 45 Morning News. If her bid is successful, she will face new and old challenges. And joining us live this morning to weigh in on the fiscal issues, we have David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance. David, good morning. You know, we know that Baltimore has changed quite a bit since Mayor Dixon resigned back in 2010. But what are some of the same challenges that she's going to be facing, or whoever might be the new mayor would be facing?
Good morning, Megan. And this is fascinating because here we go again, right? And we're having her run for mayor against Brandon Scott. And what I find fascinating is, you know, in 2010, there was a failing education system in Baltimore. You had about a 65% graduation rate. It's what, 66% now, so it's really the same. And, you know, back in 2010, they were spending about $700 million on education. Now it's up to $1.5 billion, $22,000 per student. So, you know, that's the same. The education system really is the same. Public safety. And I think really the biggest thing that really hasn't changed is the lack of trust in government officials. I mean, obviously she resigned under those circumstances in which she resigned. And now we have a lot of things happening in the Baltimore City Council with the Mosby. So there's really a lack of trust in government. So those things are the same, and those aren't good same things.
You know, something we're always looking for is transparency, and she touched on that, David, mentioning that she was sorry, you know, issuing an apology, and says those experiences have made her who she is now and that she is ready to be a leader. Does that help make you believe that she will be more transparent in the future?
Well, I hope so. And here's one thing that is really different than when she was mayor is the inspector general. You have an independent inspector general. When she was mayor, there was an inspector general, don't get me wrong, but it was really tied to the mayor. Now you have Isabel Cumming, you have an advisory board that is independent, and I think that's going to put a lot more pressure on this transparency and on good governance. But really the new challenges, Megan, is the fiscal issues. You have a lot more money being spent. $4.1 billion is Baltimore's budget. Back in 2010, it was $2.2 billion. I mean, that's a huge increase. So that's more responsibility that she's going to have if she becomes mayor, is to spend that money and spend it wisely.
So we talk about more money and obviously some more eyes maybe in the IG's office. Any other new issues she might be facing?
Yeah, one thing is really weird, Megan, is that a lot of money is going to nonprofits, and this is through ARPA. This is through the federal relief money. And Monzi, listen, Monzi wasn't a thing in 2010, and you have a lot of taxpayer money going towards Monzi for public safety, and whether there's accountability there or not. And some of this ARPA money is actually being spent way past than 2025 when it runs out. And I think that's going to be a huge challenge for her, is to kind of navigate this. If she becomes mayor, is that there's a lot of bills that are going to become due after the federal relief money is spent. So I know that she's excited for this new money, but it really could be a problem, and how to spend it wisely. And again, transparency and accountability, those are key issues.
It'll be interesting as we watch this race heat up. All right, David Williams, thank you.
Thank you.
This morning, we are on weather alert for the threat of severe storms moving into the region later today. We're taking you live to looks over the Inner Harbor, Towson, Ocean City, all beautiful right now, but we are tracking the forecast as it develops. Our Weather Authority HD radar right there showing you that there is something coming our way. And so the storms coming our way are on top of the intense heat wave that Baltimore has felt for the past 4 days. We've been weather alert for a while now.
What's going on here? Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know the timing of all of this and, of course, impacting sports tonight.
Yeah, exactly right. Anything we're going to be doing outside after about 4 or 5 o'clock, that's when some of those storms are going to be impacting at least some of us. But before that happens, we've got another hot and humid day, well into the mid to upper 90s for our temperatures, and feels like temperatures that will be well into the low 100s again. So we have to think about that. If you're going to do anything outside, make sure you stay hydrated. Just because we're not weather alert for the heat doesn't mean that that heat and humidity is there. And you can actually kind of see it. You can almost see that humidity right there as we look at the stadiums right now. Of course, this Sunday, the Ravens back at home for the first game of the brand new NFL season, and probably going to have to deal with some rain showers by Sunday afternoon. The thunderstorm threat is diminished by then, and we'll talk a little bit more about that 7-day in a moment. We're already at 79 at BWI. Not much wind out there, and check that dew point at 72 degrees. So it is going to stay muggy, and the dew points right up into that gross category, basically for the next 3 or 4 days as that moisture kind of hangs in place. These are the heat index values into that 2 and 3 o'clock hours. So another day where widespread low 100s is what it will feel like outside. So you've got to take that into account before you make any of your plans to do things outdoors today. Here's the HD radar. We're all good right now, but you saw in that shot a moment ago, you can see this cold front right there. Already seen a couple of thunderstorms develop, basically from the Great Lakes region down through Pittsburgh, the other side of the Appalachians there in West Virginia. And that front, all it's going to do is move closer to us as we get into the afternoon. That means we've got more than 20 million people under the slight risk for severe weather, from Utica and Scranton down through York into Baltimore and D.C. all the way down through Harrisonburg. So that includes us here in our local area. The slight risk is 2 out of 5 on that 1 to 5 scale for the storm outlook. Now, notice the eastern edge of 95 out toward the eastern shore, just under a marginal risk. And that's what I was talking about with the fact that not all of us will get these storms. This is noon today, and look at how we're mainly dry. You can see that southerly flow with that wind picking up as we head toward the afternoon. More of that heat and humidity will build. You'll start to see those clouds in that 5 and 6 o'clock hour, and maybe start to see some thunderstorms develop in Frederick and into Carroll County through about 6 p.m. So these are the areas that will probably get the most or the best chance for rain today, while Baltimore City and County may get away with not seeing much. 7 p.m. Now the models want to bring a little shower activity right there, but notice how everything east of 95 is not really going to be impacted here, at least today, with the storms, whereas tomorrow we have a better chance of seeing some more widespread showers and storms. Damaging wind gusts, heavy rain, that's going to be the biggest thing we'll face from some of these storms this afternoon, and high temperatures well into the mid to upper 90s for the 5th day in a row, all the way down through D.C. and up into Philly, New York at 92 today, lower 80s if you're heading down the ocean. Here's the good news, friends. We're talking about temperatures eventually that will go down. Still 90s tomorrow, but upper 80s Saturday. We hang above average into Sunday and Monday, where we're back to the mid 80s and a little more tolerable, but with the cloud cover around, it's still going to be kind of muggy. And then we'll finally get down to some lower 80s toward the middle of next week, and it will feel more fall-like. All right, so here's that 7-day forecast. Weather alert day today. Watch for some storms tomorrow. Now, a few spotty showers left over on Saturday. Rain on Sunday for the Ravens game. And then by the time we get to Monday and Tuesday, we'll see some drier conditions right as the O's return back. Still 3.5 games up. First place in the AL East. I love it.
Justin, thank you. Today, meantime, marks the official start to the new NFL season. Still ahead, why Ravens head coach John Harbaugh is a little on edge before Week 1 against the Texans.
Are you ready for some football? We're getting ready. You can feel the spirit. Raven, smells like Ravens. It's in the air. I'll tell you all about it. We are here, getting ready. Yes. I'm so excited. We'll tell you about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning.
Oh, it's just about game time. Ravens fans across the state gearing up for football season with the Ravens' first game happening this Sunday.
Mark Clark live at M&T Bank Stadium with everything they're doing leading up to the game. You've got good seats already.
I know, man, it's crazy out here, guys. You can see Brad, look at that fresh new drip for the season. We haven't seen this before, you know what I mean? I would love to have one of these, Brad. So a lot of activities going on. We kind of like have, I mean, we were talking about it off here, kind of a glamour thing. You got Odell Beckham, you got the Flowers, you got, you know, my man back, Lamar back. Kind of our offense is kind of a darling this year, but that's not just it. There's a lot of activities around the stadium, right?
Yeah,
the stadium is the darling this year.
The stadium is the darling, especially this week. So yesterday was the 25th anniversary of M&T Bank Stadium opening back in 1998. Wow. So we're going to celebrate that this Sunday at the home opener.
Woo, it's going to be a lot going on. I mean, our experience in Baltimore is the envy of the league. You know, this stadium, the technology, how it looks, and the plug into the neighborhoods has been amazing. So what can we expect this whole year, Brad?
Yeah, well, this year, I mean, our fans are great. To your point, we have the best fans in football. You know, we love this building where we play. So to start it off this week, like I mentioned, we're going to celebrate the building. We have over 40 former players back this weekend, and we're going to celebrate pregame and halftime of the game. So fans are going to want to get in their seat early this week.
Come on, guys.
And then at halftime, we're going to have a lot of fun reminiscing.
Well, Brad, we got to go, Brad. We got to go. We're excited. All right. You know, I want to stay here all morning. Well, I'll be here all morning. We'll be checking in, telling you what's going on, guys. Get ready. It's going to be one of those seasons that you can feel the excitement.
Oh, yeah. And in the stadium?
We're ready. We're ready.
All right. We're going to put more information on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Well, football season is back, and it's your chance to win some cash. Still ahead in our next half hour, we'll have some touchdown trivia.
Ooh, and we are weather alert this morning as we gear up for potential rain and storms in our region. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking the timing of that system. That's just ahead in his full Weather Authority forecast. 8:28 on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning.
Former Mayor Sheila Dixon has officially announced her candidacy to run for mayor. Coming up, a look at how many of you would vote for the mayoral candidate if the race started today.
A Baltimore resident says that prostitution is an ongoing problem in her neighborhood. Coming up next, the action she's taking to try and stop it, plus how police are responding.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Here we go. Fox 45 Morning News is weather alert. We are tracking severe storms set to impact us after this afternoon and also this evening. On the left-hand side of your screen, that is a look at our Weather Authority radar. On the right, a live look over the Inner Harbor where things are calm for now. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday, September 6th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Shannon Lilly. So we have had the hot weather, we're gonna have more hot weather, and now here comes the storms.
Got a good combo here. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with the timing of this combo.
Yeah, and it's going to be later this afternoon and evening when some of us will see some of those strong storms, which is why we shifted into weather alert. But before all that, it's still going to be another hot and humid afternoon and temperatures well into the upper 90s. So not done with the heat just yet. Our Towson camera right now, you can see some of that haze that is out there from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. A hot and humid day with the strong storms possible. After about 4 or 5 o'clock is when things will start to fire up from west to east and moving into our region as well. And temperatures in the lower 70s in Cockeysville, but we're already into the lower 80s in Rosedale, Essex, Middle River, 83 in Dundalk, 77 Brooklyn Park and Glen Burnie, 80 in Woodlawn. So out for a run or a jog, it's already warm. We're talking low to mid 80s for your temperatures next couple of hours. And that ice cream's going to melt pretty quickly today, 97 for your high. We do get to the lower 90s tomorrow. More showers and storms on Friday. And then Saturday, we're finally back into the 80s, even though it will still be above average as we head into our unsettled weekend. And we'll take a little closer look at that weekend because we have a lot of plans coming up. Of course, Ravens, we've got the O's coming back on Monday, so all sorts of plans, and we'll talk about what the weather's going to do in just a few.
But I love the people and I love this city. And right now we need accountability, we need leadership, we need management. We need to be able to tackle these tough issues that are not being done.
You know, I think unfortunately because of how rough things have been over the last, say, almost decade in Baltimore City, it has been a pretty tough go for Baltimore over the last 10 years. And I do think that people will be willing to say, look, what was life like under this particular administration versus what is life like today?
We are hearing reaction this morning to former Mayor Sheila Dixon's announcement that she is running for mayor. We sat down with her earlier this morning where she confirmed her run. Dixon says if elected, she'll focus on improving several key issues. One of those areas needing attention, of course, crime. Here's how she says she would address it.
Our neighborhoods and communities don't feel safe. Yes, crime is going down, but we can even do better. I've shown that we can do better. We've got to go after the illegal guns on the street. We've got to get a handle on our juveniles. We've got to have accountability. We've got to be aggressive in recruiting and retaining police officers.
Previously elected as mayor in 2007, and her term saw historic drops in the city's homicide rate. Her tenure, though, came to an abrupt halt when she was forced to resign after pleading guilty to a misdemeanor embezzlement charge. She addressed that while sitting down with us this morning.
I mean, I've learned from my mistakes. I want people to give me another chance. I know that I'm going to have to gain people's trust. I try to be the most transparent, truthful, honest person that there is. And people will just have to, you know, see the results.
So we will continue to follow this race closely. In fact, at 11 this morning, Dixon will be holding a press conference, and we will bring it to you live on the Fox 45 News midday.
Messages sent through an encrypted app and never meant to be seen by the public are now shedding light on what has been happening at the Maryland State Department of Education.
Project Baltimore's Chris Papps joins us live this morning to share more about how those messages appear to support concerns over the superintendent's leadership. Chris, good morning.
Good morning. Well, first we had Superintendent Mohammed Chaudhry. We found out he's using a secondary hidden email account to conduct business. Then we found out that there were 98 deleted text messages off of his cell phone that we had requested through a public records request. And now, as you mentioned, we can confirm that the state superintendent of schools in Maryland is using an encrypted auto-deleting messaging app to conduct state business. Now, we filed a public records request for that app. It came back non-responsive. So we know he's not using that app on his state-issued cell phone, which would mean he's using it on his personal cell phone. So he's using a personal cell phone to use an encrypted auto-deleting app to conduct state business out of the view of the public. This is very significant. We have billions and billions of dollars that taxpayers are paying to public schools, and we have the state superintendent of public schools using a messaging app so we, the public, cannot see the decisions that he's making and his thought process as he's going through spending these billions of dollars. And this is a story that we need to learn more about. What does the governor think about this? What does the state school board president, the vice president, the other board members think about this? What does Senate President Bill Ferguson, Adrian Jones, the Speaker of the House? This is something that, I mean, this is almost unbelievable that this is happening, but it is. And throughout all of this, the superintendent is denying that he uses the messaging app. And if you go to foxbaltimore.com, guys, you can see we have screenshots of the app and him using it. It's going to be interesting to see where this goes.
I think that's the shocking part there. Parents, taxpayers deserve answers. Chris Papps, thank you. You have the opportunity to talk with Mayor Brandon Scott about the recent mass shooting in Brooklyn Park. Still ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, who else will be at a community meeting as the area continues to heal?
And we are on weather alert as a line of severe thunderstorms is going to move through the Baltimore region late today.
Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking when we dry out. It's 8:38. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
This morning in a city in crisis, an investigation is underway in Brooklyn after a 23-year-old and two 18-year-olds were shot in a triple shooting. It happened yesterday along 5th Street near Patapsco Avenue, right by the Brooklyn Safe Streets location. Police were called to the scene around 4:30. Officers say one of the 18-year-olds is in critical condition.
Because of ongoing violence in the city over the past few weeks, residents have had the chance to bring their concerns about Baltimore directly to the mayor in a series of town halls that he held with Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley.
The prostitution. The prostitution brings the Johns in who feed the prostitutes with money.
In South Baltimore, one resident has been fighting a 4-year-long battle to try and stop prostitution in her neighborhood. That resident tells Fox 45 News she's met with police about this problem, but has little confidence anything will change.
We have Olivia Dans joining us live with the latest on this. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Shannon, that's exactly right. That resident tells us that she met with the major and captain in her police district just earlier this week, but she still fears that nothing will change.
You have an open drug market. You have people doing drugs, prostitution, trash everywhere, all hours of the day, all night long. This goes on, and it's next to the firehouse. I feel like ever since Marilyn Mosby took office way back when, and we put that in place, we're not arresting anybody for low-level crimes. I just don't think that we're picking up the pace to undo that quick enough.
Lori Weishorn says prostitution and other criminal behavior is happening in what she calls a park near the corner of her block on Washington Boulevard. She partially blames former City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby and her now overturned low-level offense prosecution policies. For 4 years, Weishorn has been fighting to put a stop to the crime, but so far it's been unsuccessful. Despite her efforts, she says for now the problem persists, but she also says that she won't give up. Back to you.
Well, it is brutally hot all across the Maryland region with temperatures just shy of the triple digits. Coming up, some hydration tips offered by the CDC to keep you safe in this heat.
A pup date from the Maryland Zoo, how the otter pup is beating the heat. Oh, you don't want to miss this. It's 8:43 on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
8:46 and new this morning, longtime Democrat and former Mayor Sheila Dixon announces she is running for mayor. She sat down with us in our 7 o'clock hour to talk about the decision. Take a listen.
I love my private life, but I love the people and I love this city. And right now we need accountability, we need leadership, we need management. We need to be able to tackle these tough issues that are not being done.
Now political analyst John Deedy is joining us to weigh in this morning. John, good morning.
Good morning.
So the 2024 race for mayor is certainly getting more interesting. Let's talk about the impact of this. Do you foresee this being a close race?
Right now, with two candidates like this, Sheila Dixon, Brandon Scott, this could become a very close race. We're over 6 months really from the primary, but right now the issues are starting to be defined. And I think that when you look at this type of situation with crime, education, and basically city services and a couple other little things in play, I think it could be a race that is very close. The last couple of races have been only decided by a few thousand votes.
Exactly. And those issues are something that Dixon did mention as well. She listed those several key issues that she believes attention, crime being one of them, and she says she thinks she can tackle that better than Mayor Scott can. I mean, do you think that the crime war could make or break this race? Is that still the case?
Crime's going to be important, but there's one bit of good news in a way. The murder rate compared to last year is down by about 50 murders. We could get under 300 by a good margin this year. That's going to play well for Mayor Scott. He promised under 300 the first year. But with voters, they'll forgive that if it happens this year because he could use the argument, we're now turning the corner. Voters will remember better the last year than they'll remember the first three. Voters remember what's happened recently. They don't remember the stuff that may happen from 2020 to 2023. They'll remember 2024 and what happens when they walk into the voting booth. And if they feel safer and the murder rate's down, and that's what everyone focuses on, then he could get reelected.
All right, we'll leave it there. Political analyst John Deedy, thank you so much for joining us and weighing in.
You're welcome.
All right, 8:48 now, and we are on weather alert. We want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers with a first look at your full Weather Authority forecast. Justin.
Yeah, and we continue to see the heat and humidity. You can see the mugginess that's out there right now from our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam, a live cam over downtown Baltimore. And you can see the Charm City tanks there. That heat and humidity are going to stay with us here throughout the day today, and we're going to be hot and humid. We're already at 79 degrees, and we already have that dew point at 72 degrees. So the moisture, it's here to stay through the weekend. Look at those dew points hanging into the 70s, but our air temperatures go down. So notice the heat index at 105 today, but upper 90s tomorrow, then mid 90s on Saturday, back to the 80s on Sunday, Monday. So you can see we're not talking about the oppressiveness that we still have to deal with for at least one more day. And this is what I'm talking about. The feels like numbers across the board. Most of us back into the low 100s for the afternoon. In terms of what it feels like outside, that's what we're going to have to deal with before some of those storms start to fire. This is our HD radar. Very quiet now, and it's going to be quiet for most of the day. You can see that cold front, and you're going to start to see these towering cumulus clouds build up over the mountains and turn into cumulonimbus clouds with more of those thunderstorms developing as we head later into the day and especially into the evening as well. Storm Prediction Center, we'll get an update from them here in about 10 minutes from right now, so make sure to join us at the top of the 9 o'clock hour. Right now, most of us under that slight risk for severe weather. The yellow area is a 2 on a scale of 1 to 5. So that's all of Baltimore City and County, Harford, Cecil County, also into Howard and Arundel counties, at least the northern half, Carroll County, Frederick County, all of those areas under that slight risk, while the eastern shore under more of a marginal risk. Most of the storms look to be focused to the west of the I-95 corridor. This is noon today, still going to be hot and humid, but you'll start to see those clouds build in that 4 and 5 o'clock hour, and that's when some of those storms start to get going right there in Frederick, moving into Carroll County. I think Carroll County probably has the best chance of getting the most rain today, possibly in northern Baltimore County through about 7, 8 o'clock tonight before it all moves on. The rest of us will not see much, but tomorrow we have a better chance of some more widespread showers and even thunderstorms as well as we continue to be unsettled. So the biggest threats we're talking about, damaging wind gusts, some heavy rain at times. Overall, not a hail or a tornadic threat from these storms that are going to pop up. And golfers, if you do want to get out there on your forecast, 82 by 9 a.m., lower 90s through noon, and you can get a round of golf, and it's going to be hot and sweaty, but just know about 5, 6 o'clock is when you'll want to make sure to be off the course and into shelter as some of those storms start to fire. So weather alert day today. Notice we're still in the lower 90s tomorrow. Finally back to the 80s into Saturday and Sunday. We look to see a pretty good chance of some rain for that Ravens game on Sunday afternoon. And then by next week, we do start to dry out a bit. Temperatures eventually coming back down to the 80s. Meg?
That'll be much better. For now, Justin, we're talking about the heat, and the CDC has some advice for us. You ready for this?
I am.
Tips on how to stay hydrated in these hot temperatures. First of all, drink before you feel thirsty. The CDC says by the time you feel thirsty, well, it's too late. You're already starting to get dehydrated. If you're going to be out in the heat, the CDC recommends drinking 1 cup of water every 15 to 20 minutes. But don't go overboard. You shouldn't drink more than 48 ounces of water per hour. Just some things to keep in mind today. 8:52, and today marks the official start to the new NFL season. We are taking you live to Kansas City here, where the Chiefs and the Detroit Lions will go head-to-head. In the preseason, both the Chiefs and the Lions won 2 of 3 games. Today's kickoff is at 8:20 p.m. in Missouri. And now taking you live to, well, there. M&T Bank Stadium there behind me. The Ravens patiently waiting their turn to take to the field. 3 days, the Ravens will go head-to-head with the Texans right here in Baltimore for their first game of the season. And head coach John Harbaugh says the flock is ready.
I'm anxious to see the team. That's the anybody I'm anxious to see is the team and all the parts of the team, you know, that are going to be out there playing, trying to do their best. Everybody wants to play very well, very much, and we're going to try to do our best.
Kickoff this Sunday is at 1 p.m. at M&T Bank Stadium. Well, it is time for football, and we are kicking off the season, and you could win money every weekday from now until September 21st. So grab your phone to scan this QR code right there for a chance to win a $100 Visa gift card. Play our touchdown trivia contest. Get the question right, and you could win the daily prize of a $100 Visa gift card. One weekly national winner will win $5,000. That's a good deal. Again, scan the QR code to get the touchdown trivia question of the day, and good luck to you. Trending now, we are bringing you another otter pup update from the Maryland Zoo. Take a look at this. We may be feeling the heat, but the zoo's rescued otter pup doesn't seem to mind. The zoo sharing this video showing the pup frolicking in the sprinkler. That's why he doesn't mind the heat. He's in the sprinkler. We told you a couple of weeks ago how the otter pup got her very own outdoor paradise. She's got a pool. She's got a hammock, a slide, and now the sprinkler. Pretty nice addition right there. I think she's happy.
Baltimore Ravens, let's go. Yes, how can you get your flag? We'll tell you coming up.
Well done, Mark. From football to basketball, experience magic both on and off the court. Coming up in our 9 o'clock hour, a member of the Harlem Wizards will be joining us in studio with how he's contributing to the community. Wow, that's exciting. I almost feel like I need a boost of energy for this. Maybe a coffee break, but no dribbling on that court. Topping your morning business report, gas prices hit pause. Right now, AAA reporting the national average cost for a gallon of gas is $3.80. That is the same as it was yesterday, but 3 cents lower than a week ago. We like that. Now here in Maryland, AAA is reporting the average cost for a gallon of gas is $3.62 a gallon. That is 6 cents lower than a week ago. And get this, 17 cents lower than just a month ago. Major U.S. airlines are now warning that a spike in jet fuel prices is adding to other costs during the busy travel season. Airlines for America reports jet fueled averaged $3.18 a gallon after the Labor Day holiday weekend. That's up more than 30% compared to July. The forecast comes as signs emerge of domestic travel's weakening and as carriers hand out costly contracts to retain workers.
Google is adding new requirements for political ads with AI-generated content. The company says starting in mid-November, all political ads on its platforms must have a clearly stated warning if it contains AI-generated videos, images, or audio content. Google says political ads that use AI-generated content without disclosing them will be blocked or removed. A Google-owned cybersecurity firm says it is seeing a rise in AI use to manipulate information and campaigns. Now it's time for today's America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
It is so hard to keep the floors clean, and the last thing I want to do when I get home is scrub my floors. This has made a big difference for me. It's the Hover Scrubber Deluxe. It's not like other mops. You know what? I'm just going to show you how it works. Power it on, and look at that. You've got 2 microfiber pads on the bottom. The pads push the dirt in the center, and then, you know, the microfiber grabs the dirt. So I'll show you how dirty these are right there. But the cool thing is you also get 2 more pads, so you can throw these in the wash and just keep it moving around your house. This is a rechargeable battery, so you don't have any cords. You recharge it and you take it around the house and you're good to go. I like this too because it's adjustable for the height, so you can adjust it for different heights. It's great for maybe your parents, a little older, and they maybe have back problems, or if you have a back problem, you don't have to bend over. You just adjust it for your height, push it around, and keep going. And it doesn't just push the dirt into all the little cracks and crevices. It really pushes it into the center and picks it up. So you know how the bathroom and the kitchen can just be a little bit icky? This takes care of that. Right now, we are offering 32% off on the Hover Scrubber Deluxe. Just head over to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
We've got to provide fundamental services to our citizens. Trash have to be picked up. Water bills have to be addressed. And it's going to take someone who doesn't mind tackling. And all of us, we have great mayors who have many plans, but how do we implement those plans? How do we attract talented people who are willing to work with you in order to get this accomplished?
New this morning, Sheila Dixon announces she will run for mayor of Baltimore. She sat down and spoke with us in our 7 o'clock hour.
Coming up, why she wants the job, plus the reaction we're seeing from Baltimoreans following her announcement.
Well, good morning to you on this Thursday, September 7th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
And I'm Shannon Lilly. We are on weather alert this morning due to potentially strong storms in our region this afternoon.
Let's get started with meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got a look at the forecast.
Yeah, good morning, ladies. That's what we're going to be tracking, those storms that will develop after about 4 or 5 o'clock, after the heat and the humidity that will continue to build in and already starting to build this hour. You can see as we look down the 395 and the Charm City tanks on the left, Patapsco River there in front of us, and overall the Raven Stadium on the right side, which is going to be active on Sunday because we got that first game of the season now. Hot and humid today, strong storms possible, which is why we're weather alert here this hour. And you can see those numbers in the upper 60s and lower 70s this hour in western Maryland, upper 70s and even some lower 80s up and down the Chesapeake here for your Thursday morning. We're going to keep those numbers climbing. We'll be close to 90 by 11 a.m. and on our way to a high of 97 today. This will be the 5th day in a row with temperatures above 97 degrees. Not a record record setter today, but either way, it's the heat and humidity you still have to plan for. And then those storms that will roll in. So we'll take a closer look at the timing of those storms and let you know exactly how they could impact you in just a few.
Are you officially announcing that you are running for mayor of Baltimore?
Yes, I'm officially announcing at 11 o'clock today. That's what Baltimore needs to be. I don't want to compare us to any other city. We need to focus on Baltimore, sustaining it, making changes that are going to last, because this is a great city. We have everything that it takes to be successful.
Topping your election 2024 news, longtime Democrat and former Mayor Sheila Dixon announces she is running for mayor.
She sat down with us in our studios just about 2 hours ago to talk about that decision.
Dixon believes she can make an impact on the city. Here's why she says she wants to run again.
People stop me every day with problems and issues. Let me say this, I love my private life, but I love the people and I love this city. And right now we need accountability, we need leadership, we need management. We need to be able to tackle these tough issues that are not being done.
Dixon goes on to say if elected as mayor, she will focus on 3 key areas, and that includes reducing crime, improving education, and making sure citizens get fundamental services like their trash picked up. You'll remember Dixon was previously elected as mayor in 2007. Her term saw historic drops in the city's homicide rate, but her tenure came to an abrupt halt when she was forced to resign after pleading guilty to a misdemeanor embezzlement charge. We'll continue to follow what plays out ahead of the 2024 race. At 11 this morning, Dixon will be holding a press conference, and we'll bring it to you live on the Fox 45 News midday.
Sheila Dixon ran against Mayor Brandon Scott back in 2020. She lost the primary by just about 3,000 votes. Now, as we come to the end of Mayor Scott's first term in office, we are taking a closer look at the questions and the criticisms he could face on the campaign trail. Now, Mayor Scott has faced a number of controversies during his time in office. The mayor and the Board of Estimates that the mayor appoints approved a controversial BGE conduit deal earlier this year. It gives broad control of the city's underground infrastructure to the company. The city's comptroller and council president set out of that meeting in protest to try to stop the vote. Critics said the deal was rushed, and they questioned the legality of it.
Late last year, the mayor raised eyebrows when he accepted a $5,000 campaign donation from longtime city contractor J.P. Grant. Days after accepting the contribution, the city's Board of Estimates approved a $12 million contract with a company connected to Grant. And the entire time Scott has been in office, Fox 45 News has had a hard time getting straight answers from him. He often shuts down our reporters or simply walks away.
But why make it?
Next.
Mayor Scott, how do you plan to delineate, I guess, the squeegee kids?
I'm going to delineate by telling you when we put out the strategy, as we just talked about before. You're not going to get a different answer. We have a process. We're sticking to it. Watch your back. Don't walk into the truck.
If you have a process, why was it leaked to WBAL?
See you later.
Next question. Anybody else?
I have one more.
Thank you, everybody.
We want you to join the conversation. For city residents, if the election were held today, who would you vote for mayor of Baltimore? Mayor Scott, Sheila Dixon, Bob Wallace, or someone else? So far, 63% of people who voted say someone else. You can weigh in at foxbaltimore.com/vote.
9:06 now, and happening today, Mayor Brandon Scott plans to hear from you about the Brooklyn Day mass shooting.
This comes just over 2 months after that deadly shooting killed 2 people and injured 28 others. Last week, the city released an after-action report of how it handled the shooting.
Olivia Dance joins us live now outside police headquarters with the details of tonight's meeting. Olivia?
Well, Shannon and Patrice, the meeting is happening tonight at 6 at Baybrook Elementary Middle School. And as you mentioned, it comes after that 173-page after-action report was released. In the report, the Baltimore Police Department, just behind me here, admitting it made mistakes.
Let me tell you what happens when you don't protect and serve. My daughter ends up in an urn in my living room. Do you understand me? You showed up to work that day, but you did not work. You failed.
That was Crystal Gonzalez. Her daughter, 18-year-old Aaliyah Gonzalez, was one of the 2 people shot and killed during the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting. She's calling for a deeper review after the city released its after-action report. The report found the city failed to properly prepare and protect the hundreds of people attending the Brooklyn Homes block party that night. So far, police have made 4 arrests, including a 14-year-old suspect arrested at school. But none of the suspects arrested so far are directly charged with the 2 murders. Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley vowing an arrest will come, saying their detectives are working around the clock. And Mayor Scott says tonight's community meeting is an opportunity for Brooklyn Homes residents and neighbors to engage with city leaders. He also says it's the next step toward accountability and healing following the mass shooting. For now, reporting live outside police headquarters, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
9:08 developing now. It is the annual gathering of the world's largest economic powers.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joins us live from Capitol Hill. And Kayla, what do we know about the president's priorities for this meeting?
Well, this is the G20 summit. It'll take place in India, and we expect the president to attempt to push Bidenomics as a plan for the rest of the world as well, namely helping developing countries invest in infrastructure and climate change projects. The White House is asking Congress for an additional $3.3 billion in new funding, and this would expand the World Bank's financing. The money would assist developing countries. This is a strategic attempt to create an alternative to China's Belt Road Initiative. So essentially the pitch is to developing countries that it's better to align yourself with the U.S. rather than China. China's leader Xi Jinping will not be in attendance, and this is a scenario Biden is expected to capitalize on.
So, Kayla, here at home, Congress has an important job ahead of them. They've got to avoid a government shutdown, and they want the salary of the Department of Homeland Security to be part of the negotiations about that shutdown.
Yeah, Republicans are pushing for that. So New York Representative Claudia Tenney and Texas Representative Chip Roy want to include a rule in the Department of Homeland Security's appropriations bill that would let them cut the salary of Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas to just $1, arguing Mayorkas should not be paid hundreds of thousands of taxpayer dollars if he's not stopping threats from crossing the border, which they say is his job. Representative Roy arguing they have to hold the Biden administration accountable for the increase in migrant crossings since they took control. Roy indicating he's willing to let the government shut down for a few weeks to make that point. This proposal, this is important to note, would not cut the salaries for individual border enforcement agents. Patrice, Shannon.
All right, national correspondent Kayla Gaskins live from Capitol Hill. Thank you so much, Kayla. Time is running out for you to check out the Maryland State Fair. The final events you will not want to miss.
He shoots, he scores, he gives back to the community. After the break, we're going to introduce you to King Arthur from the Harlem Wizards and hear more about the events that they have going on that you might be able to get out to. 9:10, you're watching Fox 45. Good day.
Well, the Harlem Wizards are famous for their creative dribbling, alley-oops, and, of course, giving back to the community, too. It's the best of both worlds. Arthur Lewis, otherwise known as King Arthur, is joining us today to talk about everything he's doing in Baltimore, and it's a lot that's going on.
A lot going on.
Let's break this down. You just took 8 Baltimore residents on college tours across the East Coast. What was that like?
It was love. We went to North Carolina. So we went to North Carolina, North Carolina State, NC State, and we finished at Duke University.
Oh my gosh. And so what was that experience like for them?
It was hands down because Melvin Scott, Baltimore native, he won a national championship in North Carolina. He laid it out for us. So we had first class experience.
Oh my goodness.
We went in the locker room, we met the ball players, we met some NBA players, we met a millionaire that took us in their home, told us his story, how he went from making $16 to now he's worth $8-9 million. Me and Isaiah Johnson, Zeke Johnson from the Green Mountain community took the kids.
That is incredible. Oh my goodness. And you have a book signing coming up.
Yes.
What can you tell us about that?
So next Thursday, the book signing at Easy Fun Factory, where Beats and Bingo is, where everybody go party and dance. We're gonna have a good time and do a book signing next Thursday at 6 o'clock.
Okay. Okay, so anyone can come out?
Anybody can come out. We want a lot of kids to come because it was a kid's book based on the world we live in, how nobody plays outside. I come with a 30-day Get Fit program, and they get fit and get happy.
Awesome. So, of course, everyone wants to see you dribbling. Are you going to show us some of your tricks?
Yeah, I'm going to show you some tricks. I'm going to teach you a trick, too.
Okay, I can't make any promises I can complete this.
Okay, now put a little dance. You're going to give me a little dance like this. Hey. You're going to go around your waist.
Okay.
Off your knee.
Oh my gosh, that's difficult. Okay.
Yeah, around your waist. And off your knee. See, you are Wested.
Yes.
You are Wested.
I'm one of you.
You're one of me, yes, you are.
Now let's see the experts do it.
Okay, so we go here.
Oh. Oh my goodness.
And then, of course, everybody wants to spin in basketball. Spin the ball.
Oh, that is so impressive. Oh my goodness, that's incredible.
Yes.
So did the kids get to learn some of those tricks?
Of course, they learned some half-court shots, and then we also have a basketball clinic coming up with Cornelius Pooh Baby Murray from Gooseneck Basketball and Omar Smith, who won a state championship at Leadership Athletics on September the 23rd at 9 o'clock.
Okay, open for
anybody 6 to 17 years old is the age limit.
Okay. That's awesome.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Well, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having us. We appreciate you too.
Very exciting. A lot to look forward to. Patrice, we'll send it back over to you.
Always fun when he's here. Well, Fox 45 Morning News is a weather alert as we track a round of showers and strong storms expected to move through our region this afternoon and evening. In the box there on your screen on the left, you're seeing our HD Weather Authority radar. Then on the right, you're seeing some live looks from the Inner Harbor and Towson as things remain calm for now. Just looks hot out there, but more is still to come. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with that.
Yeah, and yesterday we were weather alert because of the heat and humidity. We had heat advisories that were posted. No heat advisories today, but that doesn't mean we're done with that heat and humidity. It will feel like the low 100s through most of the day into the afternoon as well. Then those strong storms start moving in, and that is why we have the weather alert in effect. Some of those storms after about 4 or 5 o'clock, and I'll take you through that hour by hour coming up in just a moment. Not all of us are going to get the rain showers or storms, and looking right down the 395, yeah, it's already warm and hazy. 83 your temperature right now. These are typically the high temperatures for early September, about 83 degrees, and we're already at that this morning. We know we're just going up from there, and the dew point too hanging in those lower 70s. So definitely that muggy meter in the gross category with that humidity continuing to be an issue through the afternoon. These are the feels like temperatures, the heat index values for the afternoon. This is why we have to prepare. Anything you're doing outside, you want to make sure to stay hydrated, stay in the shade, take breaks, because it's going to feel like we're well into the low 100s once again. HD radar here, as we pull back, you can actually see that cold front right there starting to get a little bit closer to us. It's still on the other side of the mountains, but you're going to see these towering cumulus and eventually cumulonimbus clouds through the afternoon as the front moves in. We've got a very warm and very moist environment. So all of this out ahead of the cold front is that fuel that those storms need. So we'll have the potential for some damaging wind gusts. And this is the latest update from the Storm Prediction Center. Stayed about the same. Still more than 20 million people under that slight risk, which is 2 on a scale of 1 to 5. When you zoom in a little bit closer, you see pretty much all of us here in the 95 corridor and to the west. And then as you go east of 95 out toward the eastern shore in southern Anne Arundel County, some of you only in the marginal risk for severe weather. But either way, those storms are going to be potentially an issue for some today. This is our hourly future scan. So this is noon. We stop the clock here and notice we're still hot, we're still dry, but definitely humid. And then you'll start to see those clouds build in that 3, 4, and 5 o'clock hour. Now it's looking like after about 6 p.m., some of those storms Gaithersburg up toward Westminster and into Frederick and into Carroll County by about 7 p.m. So the latest model run brings some of that heavier rain right over Carroll County. But notice how Baltimore City and County really not getting anything. Maybe in the 8 o'clock hour we'll get a little bit, but most of that activity for today is going to stay in that kind of quadrant up there. Our Thursday afternoon severe weather threats, mainly the damaging wind gusts and some heavy rain at times. We always talk about when thunder roars, you got to head indoors, so just plan for that. Low to mid and upper 90s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your high temps again today. Not in record territory, but it's still going to feel like those 100s with with widespread low to mid 90s across Howard and Anne Arundel counties as well. Even up and down the 95 corridor, keeping the low to mid 90s going for New York and Philly down through Baltimore and D.C. Now we do have some improving numbers with our temperatures. They're going down. We're still going to hang in the 90s tomorrow, but look at the upper 80s Saturday, finally mid 80s by the weekend, and eventually some lower 80s on the way toward next week. But here comes the cold front. This is the future scan, and then watch what happens tomorrow. The front kind of stalls out here, and look at these showers and storms developing that 6, 7, 8 o'clock hour on Friday afternoon and evening. So a little bit better chance for more of us to see the rain come Friday. Still kind of leftover showers possible on Saturday afternoon, and unfortunately into the Ravens game Sunday, probably going to have to see a decent amount of some showers kind of here and there, more than likely in the second half of the game and into the afternoon time after about 3, 4 o'clock. So just kind of plan for that. Have the Ravens rain gear ready to go if you are heading out to the game. And by next week, eventually drier numbers back into the mid 80s for Monday and Tuesday, with another chance for some storms coming in next Wednesday.
All right, thanks, Justin. Now to the Lens Solar Traffic Network. There are no issues or delays in our region. Great news. Taking a live look over some of the Beltway cameras in our region, and you can see their cars are moving right along.
Looking ahead to the weekend, there is one more big weekend of the State Fair left.
In fact, tomorrow, All Time Low is playing along with Mayday Parade and Gym Class Heroes. Then on Saturday, Quinn 92 is performing.
Now, along with the concerts, there is still so much to do and see, like the horse racing, the lumberjack shows. Of course, you've got the rides, you've got the food, just so much happening. The fair will reopen today, and it runs through Sunday.
And of course, if you are headed to the fair this weekend, be sure to share all of your photos and videos with us. You can submit content through our Chime In tab at foxbaltimore.com or on the WBFF app.
Cheers to you, cheers to me, bottoms up and drink on 3. Why beer lovers across the globe have every reason to celebrate today.
All right, I know you're saying to yourself, hey, how can I get one of those cool flags that Mark has right now? Well, coming up, I'll tell you how I can get that also. We're talking about the Ravens experience as the stadium celebrates 25 years. Talk about it coming up next on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Football season starts tonight as the Kansas City Chiefs get ready to host the Detroit Lions. But Ravens fans, we have to wait until Sunday for our first game.
Holding on.
I know.
Mark Clark live at M&T Bank Stadium to talk about what they're doing to get ready for Sunday's game. You've got a flag you've been waving around. What's the flag say?
Come on in here, Colleen. So, Colleen, people want to know what's up with the flag. How do they get the flag? Colleen's in charge of your experience, and it's going to be an amazing experience. New experiences this season.
It will be. So if you come to our gate, you'll have a gate giveaway. You'll get your flag handed out along with your program with a commemorative ticket. This year, we've added a lot of awesome things. SeatGeek is our new ticket provider, so make sure you have your tickets ready on your phone. We've added mobile ordering for our guests, so if they want to not miss any action, order from your seat and come to the stand and pick it up. We've offered some new grab-and-go stations. We have new food vendors. We have Taco Love, Four Rivers Barbecue. Woo! We got a lot of awesome things coming up here. Training our staff. We're here to make sure we're bringing that charm back to Charm City. So we're here to make sure our staff and our fans have a great time.
Now, Colleen, there are rumors on the street that the female fans will get a lock of Odell Beckham's hair. Is that true or just a rumor?
I can't guarantee that. You might get a sighting of OBJ out there, but no promises on any locks of hair this year.
What are you most excited about?
I'm just excited to have our fans back here. Baltimore, it brings back the life to Baltimore during the fall, during the winter. Football here is awesome, and it represents the city, so we're excited to have our fans back here at the stadium.
Well, as you can see, I'm so excited. I'm also so sad I wore a suit out here, but I'm telling you guys, it's going down Sunday, Sunday, Sunday.
Mark, what does the flag say? Hold it up. Y'all are waving it. We want to see it.
The flag says, that's what Maryland does. Ravens football.
All right.
That's right.
You know what that means, guys. That means we're the only football team. You know. I see what y'all did with that.
You're trying to start some stuff. All right, well, if you want more information, hey, we're in Ravens territory. It's all about the birds here. Go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Well, we are on weather alert this morning as we gear up for potential rain and storms in our region. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking the timing of that system ahead in his full Weather Authority forecast.
A Baltimore resident says that prostitution is an ongoing problem in her neighborhood. Coming up next, the action she's taking to try and stop it, plus find out how police are responding. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Fox 45 Morning News is weather alert as we track a round of showers and strong storms expected to move through our region here this afternoon and also this evening.
In that big box there on the left of your screen, you're taking a look at our HD Weather Authority radar. Then on the right, you're seeing live looks from the Inner Harbor and Towson. Bright and sunny out there right now. Things are pretty calm, but that is all going to change later in the day, hence the big weather alert behind us. So, you know, our Weather Authority team wants to get you prepared for that. Welcome back on this Thursday morning. 9:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers. Is the heat fueling those storms?
Absolutely, 100%, ladies. That's what we're talking about. It's the heat and humidity. It's just going to kind of build up that atmosphere. That's the fuel that those storms are going to feed on, essentially, as we get later into the afternoon and evening. Another hot and humid day. It's already humid out there right now. You can see M&T Bank Stadium. I'm going to see some rain showers for that Ravens game coming up on Sunday afternoon. But yeah, the hot and humid day will continue. Strong storms that will be possible. We're not talking until about after 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon before even they start to fire, and they're going to be moving from west to east. So, 60s and 70s right now in western Maryland. Some lower 80s already. Westminster, Bel Air down through Baltimore City. And you're out and about, Cass. We'll see those numbers in the mid 80s next hour, upper 80s through 11 and into the 90s here by about noontime. And we're on our way to the upper 90s. So even though we're not breaking a record today, it will be the 5th day in a row with temperatures well above average in those upper 90s. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes.
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network, there is an incident here, top of the JFX down to President Street. It looks like actually no incident. It's looking great out there. That's going to take you 9 minutes to go 8 miles. That's a good news spot there for you here this morning. Elsewhere, looking pretty nice as well.
The 2024 mayoral race is heating up. Former Mayor Sheila Dixon announcing she will run again for mayor. We sat down with Dixon earlier this morning where she confirmed that news.
Shannon Lilly joining us live in studio with why Dixon believes she deserves your vote. Shannon.
Yeah, we sat down with her earlier this morning where she confirmed that run. Dixon says if elected, she'll focus on improving several key issues. One of those areas needing attention, of course, crime. Here's how she would address it.
Our neighborhoods and communities don't feel safe. Yes, crime is going down, but we can even do better. I've shown that we can do better. We've got to go after the illegal guns on the street. We've got to get a handle on our juveniles. We've got to have accountability. We've got to be aggressive in recruiting and retaining police officers.
Dixon was previously elected as mayor in 2007, but her term saw historic drops in the city's homicide rate. Her tenure, though, came to an abrupt halt when she was forced to resign after pleading guilty to a misdemeanor embezzlement charge. She addressed that while sitting down with us this morning.
I mean, I've learned from my mistakes. I want people to give me another chance. I know that I'm going to have to gain people's trust. I try to be the most transparent, truthful, honest person that there is. And people will just have to, you know, see the results.
We'll continue to follow this race closely. In fact, at 11 this morning, Dixon will be holding a press conference. We'll bring it to you live on the Fox 45 News midday. In the meantime, we are seeing reaction pour in on social media. We have some people in support of Dixon, others not so much. Yubi here says Sheila Dixon will probably end up winning the mayoral race. Here's another one in support. I'm ready for her to whip this city into shape. This user here says that's how you move forward, by electing a convict from the past. Here's another one. Baltimore will never learn. So some mixed reaction there. Of course, we'll continue to follow this as it develops, and we'll bring you that 11 a.m. press conference this morning. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Patrice?
All right, Shannon, thank you. Now, Dixon ran against Mayor Brandon Scott back in 2020, and she lost the primary by just over 3,000 votes. Now, as we come to the end of Mayor Scott's first term in office, we're taking a closer look at the questions and some of the criticisms that he could face back out on the campaign trail. Mayor Scott faced a number of controversies during his time in office. The mayor and the Board of Estimates that the mayor appoints approved a controversial BGE conduit deal earlier this year. It gives broad control of the city's underground infrastructure to that company. The city's comptroller and council president set out of that meeting to try to stop the vote. Critics said the deal was rushed and they questioned the legality of it.
Late last year, the mayor raised eyebrows when he accepted a $5,000 campaign donation from longtime city contractor J.P. Grant. Days after accepting the contribution, the city's Board of Estimates approved a $12 million contract with a company connected to Grant. And the entire time that Scott has been in office, Fox 45 News has had a hard time getting straight answers from him. He often shuts down our reporters or walks away.
But why make it?
Next.
Mayor Scott, how do you plan to delineate, I guess, the squeegee kids?
I'm going to delineate by telling you when we put out the strategy, as we just talked about before. You're not going to get a different answer. We have a process. We're sticking to it. Watch your back. Don't walk into the truck.
If you have a process, why was it leaked to WBAL?
See you later.
Next question. Anybody else?
I have one more.
Thank you, everybody.
Well, we want you to join the conversation. For city residents, if the election were held today, who would you vote for Mayor of Baltimore? Mayor Scott, Sheila Dixon, Bob Wallace, or someone else? So far, 60% of people who have voted so far say someone else. You can weigh in at foxbaltimore.com/vote. This morning, in a city in crisis, an investigation is underway in Brooklyn after a 23-year-old and two 18-year-olds were shot in a triple shooting. It happened yesterday along 5th Street near Patapsco Avenue, right by the Brooklyn Safe Streets location. Police were called to the scene around 4:30. Officers say one of the 18-year-olds is in critical condition.
Because of ongoing violence in the city over the past few weeks, residents have had the chance to bring their concerns about Baltimore directly to the mayor in a series of town halls that he held with Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley.
The prostitution. The prostitution brings the Johns in who feed the prostitutes with money.
In South Baltimore, one resident has been fighting a 4-year-long battle to try to stop prostitution in her neighborhood. That resident tells Fox 45 News she's met with police about the problem, but has little confidence that anything will change.
Olivia Dance is joining us live now with the latest on this. Olivia.
Megan and Patrice, that's right. And that resident tells us that she met with the major and captain in her police district earlier this week, but she still fears that nothing will change.
You have an open drug market, you have people doing drugs, prostitution, trash everywhere, all hours of the day, all night long. This goes on, and it's next to the firehouse. I feel like ever since Marilyn Mosby took office way back when, and we put that in place, we're not arresting anybody for low-level crimes, I just don't think that we're picking up the pace to undo that quick enough.
Lori Weishorn says prostitution and other criminal behavior is happening in what she calls a park near the corner of her block on Washington Boulevard. She partially blames former City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby, as you just heard, and her now overturned low-level offense prosecution policies. For 4 years, Weishorn has been fighting to put a stop to the crime, but so far it's been unsuccessful. And despite her efforts, she says for now the problem persists, but she also says that she won't give up. For now, reporting outside police headquarters, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, Olivia, thank you. The search is on for 2 murder suspects this morning. After the break, how they managed to escape.
We are weather alert today due to severe storms. Just ahead, how your weekend forecast is shaping up. 9:38, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Two different manhunts underway this morning. We start in our nation's capital where police are searching for this homicide suspect right here. This is Christopher Haynes. The area surrounding George Washington University placed on lockdown Wednesday afternoon at 8:15 p.m. The shelter in place was lifted, but Haynes remains at large. We know he escaped from custody at the university hospital just after 3:30. The Secret Service now assisting in this search today. Police have not said if Haynes was armed, but they are warning everyone not to engage if you see him and to call 911 right away. Meantime, from that ongoing situation in Washington to Pennsylvania, where this convicted killer, Danilo Cavalcanti, has been on the run for 1 week now. This morning, we now know how he was able to make his escape. You got to check this out. Surveillance video inside Chester County Prison showing the moment that Cavalcanti got free. You ready for this? He extends his arms out, his legs back. He crab walks between the two walls. You see him then move out of the camera's frame right there. Incredible. We know that he then had to run across the roof, scale a fence, getting through newly installed razor wire put in place after another inmate briefly broke out that same way a few months ago. That's the latest from our live center.
We are weather alert this morning due to some severe storms moving into the Baltimore region. Still ahead, how this could impact your evening commute. And get ready to get justice served like never before. After the break, we're going to be speaking with the judges from Hot Bench with what you can look forward to in a brand new season. 9:42, you're watching Fox 45. Good. .45, the classic courtroom television show Hot Bench is coming out with its 10th season, and you can watch it all right here on Fox this Monday. Joining us this morning, the judges in the new season, Yodit Tuelde, Rachel Juarez, and Michael Corriero. Good morning to all of you. So very cool to see you sitting there at the bench.
Good morning, Patrice. Good morning, Baltimore.
All right, so you guys have some craziness that you all deal with some of these people that come in and present their cases. What's happening this season?
We've got some great cases coming up this season. We kick off on Monday with a case where a gentleman was kind of hanging out in his car while it was parked with his leg hanging out the side. And as one might expect, another car came driving by, but misjudged the distance and seriously injured his leg as she was driving by. But then, of course, truth is stranger than fiction because all of our cases are real cases from somewhere in the country. And when the woman pulled over, they got into a huge altercation right there on the street. And you'll have to tune in to hear the rest.
Oh, that is so interesting. I mean, so when you all are hearing these things, sometimes, like you said, truth is stranger than fiction. Are you thinking, what in the world? Or are you all so used to it because you've heard just about everything by now?
Not necessarily heard everything, but you can see, I think, on the expression on our faces at times that we are kind of surprised and a little bit shocked at some of the points of view and statements of the litigants. So it's been a fascinating opportunity for us to kind of dig into some rather bizarre business relationships and personal relationships. But we seem to be getting used to that, however.
So speaking of relationships, talk about the relationship between the three of you all, because then you all have to hash it out, and you don't always agree.
That's true. No, I don't want to hog.
No,
I guess I was going to say oldest member, but I'd rather go with senior member. I'm surrounded by this wonderful, fresh insight and perspective that keeps me young, I think. I think Sinatra said it, you make me feel so young. I think both of them make me feel young. Not only that, they help me to see the cases through their eyes, and it gives me a wider perspective. And sometimes we agree, sometimes we don't agree. And I don't like to say the differences are generational, but I do think that we try to disagree in a family way, and that we always come out of it still caring for each other and still friends.
We don't take it personally. I think it's helpful. I want to hear the different perspectives from my colleagues, and it's helpful for the viewers as well to really just understand how we think and how we apply the law to the facts. And so I think that that's super important. And because we want to be transparent, we don't mind going at it from time to time. So
Judges Twelde and Juarez, what I heard in what he said was he called you guys young. So
we'll take it.
I'll take that in there.
No.
All right. Thank you all so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Patrice.
Thank you.
And that is coming up next week, Monday. You can see that new season. It's going to be good.
And the verdict is in that we have more heat and humidity.
See what you did there.
How do they do that with 3 judges, though? I mean,
that's hard.
Right there, and then people coming up. That's intimidating to see all, especially that. I like that guy. I like that judge with the Sinatra reference. That was good stuff. Hot and humid today. That is what we're talking about. Another day. In fact, we're going to be close to 100 degrees for our highs for the 5th day in a row. Count it up. Sunday through Thursday, temperatures almost 100, and it's September. Strong storms are going to be possible, though, this afternoon, and that is why we shifted into the weather alert mode, not for the heat and humidity, but for those thunderstorms. So there's a look at M&T Bank Stadium as we are zoomed in right now. 83-year temperature. Now, this temperature right here is where we typically are for our afternoon highs this time of year, and we're already there in the 9 o'clock hour. So the dew point also at 73 degrees, and our dew points, well, staying in the 70s here for the next couple of days. That means we've got moisture in place. But notice the bottom of your screen here, the heat index today in the 100s, but those heat index numbers come down considerably as we head toward the weekend because our air temperature is going to be coming down. We'll have a lot more cloud cover. Our temps will be allowed to cool down. But these are the heat index values across the region for this afternoon. From the eastern shore across the bay, it's going to feel like those low 100s through the afternoon. So you still have to kind of have that mindset of, all right, how do I stay cool? How do I make sure to stay hydrated, AC, all of that good stuff that we are talking about. HD radar. It's all quiet right now, guys, but as we look here ahead of this front, this is kind of this yellow line right there. That's the trough of low pressure. So that is all that moisture, that heat and humidity that builds ahead of the cold front. We're already seeing a couple of thunderstorms fire along that frontal boundary, and as that front moves closer, more of those storms expected for the afternoon. Look at this large area in yellow, 20+ million people under that slight risk for severe weather. That's a 2 on a scale of 1 to 10. And right here at home, it means for pretty much all of us, Carroll, Baltimore County, Baltimore City, Hartford, Cecil, Howard County, most of Anne Arundel County is under that slight risk. You go to the east of 95 and you see more of the marginal risk, and that's kind of an indication of where those storms are going to set up. This is our latest hourly future scan. I was just talking with Jasmine backstage, and we're talking about how these storms are really going to start to fire about 4 or 5 p.m., but look where they kind of hang out. Frederick County into Carroll County, maybe clipping Baltimore County, but this is Westminster at 7 p.m. The latest model run shows a pretty decent amount of rain, and I know all of us have been so dry, so some of us are going to get a good downpour. Others won't get any rain at all as we take you into the afternoon. A better chance for more widespread rain comes tomorrow afternoon. Now, the damaging wind gusts and the heavy rain with some of those storms, that's why we have the severe weather threats, and that's what the weather alert's about. Low to mid and upper 90s for today. And as we throw that 7-day forecast up, you can see those numbers in the lower 90s. Roll that beautiful bean footage. 88 by Saturday, back to the mid 80s into Sunday and Monday. Yes, you'll have to wear your Ravens rain gear on Sunday for the game, but it's not looking stormy, just a bit rainy for that first game of the brand new season.
Trending now, this Metallica fan may end up in the doghouse after sneaking into a concert.
According to a social media post from the band, an Akita Shepherd mix named Storm was spotted at a concert after sneaking into SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles.
Hey, just wanted to hang out. At first, people thought the dog had been abandoned at the concert, but then Storm's owners say he actually snuck out of their home, which is located right near the stadium.
But he's in a chair. He took someone's seat right there. After being brought to the Animal Hope and Wellness Foundation shelter, Storm was then reunited with his family. Maybe he just, like, the owner listens to that, drew him close.
Right.
That's awesome.
All right. Well, if you have ever wanted to crack open a cold one and say cheers, now's the perfect time.
That is because today is National Beer Lovers Day.
The origin of brewing beer, if you care for all of this, or if you know, maybe you just want to crack open one, but it actually predates recorded history back to the ancient Egyptians, possibly even much earlier than that.
Beer is also a well-known part of American history. Virginia colonists brewed beer with barley, malt, and hops, and then George Washington recorded a recipe for brewing beer in his notes as well.
All right, so whether it's an IPA or a PBR, you can celebrate the day on social media by using the hashtag National Beer Lovers Day.
Got to do it for work, I guess. We'll stay with Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore after the break. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has his exclusive 10-day forecast, and we are weather alert. It's 9:53 on Fox 45.